Okay. Okay.
Hello. Thank you.
Sana hozir yaxshi turibdi. Yaxshi turibdi. Umidim. Eshitiladida hamma joyga.
put the pin? Yeah. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, all of you, and welcome back to our Governing Council this morning. And we will be looking at all the agenda items that we weren't able to deal with when we last met. And that said, as we move ahead, colleagues, we have a long agenda before us. I'm going to request your cooperation in terms of when you take the floor, please be as concise as possible. And when you're given the few minutes, please just use the time that is allocated to you. If you extend your intervention, it means you're using somebody else's time. So please, let's try to do that because we have to finish our Governing Council this morning so that in the afternoon we resume our assembly. But that said, I would like to thank all of you for your active participation in the different committees and bodies that have been holding their meetings in the course of this week. Thank you so much for your contributions and also your concerns that you have raised. But at the same time, the good points that you have raised, we have taken care of all of them. So thank you very much. That said, I would like now to give the floor to our Secretary General to take us through our item 5, which we didn't deal with when we last met. So he will be giving us the interim report on the activities of the IPU since the 213th session of the Governing Council. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to present my report, interim report, for the past month since we met in this same precincts for the 148th Assembly. I have circulated a written interim report. At this time of the year, I am required to just update you on what we have been up to as the IPU, and my full-fledged report will come in the spring or in April 2025 when we meet in Tashkent. This morning, I just want to give you a few highlights of what we have been up to involving the membership of the organization and its partners. And as I present this report, Madam President, I want to clarify that it should be taken in conjunction with the extensive report that you presented at the previous sitting of the Council. These two can be seen as part and parcel of the report of your organization on what you have been doing. Having said that, I would like to say that our work continues to be informed by our strategy, the strategy that you have adopted for this organization, which is intended to make sure that every voice counts. We seek to build an ecosystem involving a number of partners in order to promote democracy for everyone. And we do this taking into account a number of policy areas. As you can see on that slide, we have 5 strategic objectives, and under these 5 strategic objectives, I will be giving you briefly what it is that we have been up to, it being understood that the details will come when we present the impact report in 2025. And as I said, the policy areas in which we are working currently and which you have identified as priorities for the organization include climate change, democracy, human rights, gender and youth empowerment, peace and security, and sustainable development for all. Those are the areas in which we have been active over the past several months. And let me give you that slide that you have on the screen there that gives you an idea of the volume and breadth of activities that we have conducted over these past several months. We have organized some 54 global and regional events, including 31 virtual events, 4 hybrid events, and 19 in-person events. And we also indicate to you those countries and regions where the IPU has been present of late. And we have 16 countries that have been involved in helping us organize 30 national events. So increasingly, the IPU is present in the member parliaments of the organization. Yesterday, Madam President, we did launch a number of publications, 3 in particular, on human security, on climate action, and the e-Parliament report. This is part of our work to provide tools to members of the IPU, tools that would allow them to deliver on their mandate in a more effective manner. We continue to develop these tools, and during this period, we have designed 8 publications that have been presented to you before and during this assembly, spanning such issues as women in politics, human security, artificial intelligence in parliaments, the e-Parliament report I've just mentioned, and climate action. So we will continue to design those activities or those tools in a bid to continue to deliver on the IPU's mandate to strengthen parliaments for better democracy. So if you allow me, Madam President, members of this august House, I would like to go to the 5 strategic objectives and give you briefly what we have been up to. The first one is building effective and empowered parliaments. And there, over the past 9 months, we've continued our work in a very important area, that of upholding the human rights of members of parliament. Unfortunately, we have to report again this year that the caseload of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians has been on the rise. That committee is currently seized of some 769 cases of parliamentarians in some 49 countries of the world. You will agree with me that this is untenable. It requires more robust action from you all in solidarity with your colleagues around the world who, in one way or the other, are being abused on account of them performing their duties. During this council session, you will be receiving a full-fledged report from the chair or the president of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians, and I'm sure she will be launching an appeal to all of you to help that committee, help the IPU uphold the rights of members of parliament. And in this particular instance, I want to single out a number of cases that are of serious concern to us, which will be reported to you when the committee presents its report. It is the case of one of your former presidents of the IPU, Mr. Chowdhury, Mr. Saber Chowdhury, who, following the unrest in Bangladesh and the ouster of the government there, was arrested recently, charged with multiple cases of murder. Fortunately, as a result of pressure from us, including with the current Prime Minister of Bangladesh, he has been released on bail. And we do understand that he is the only former parliamentarian who has been arrested and been released on bail. The others still are remanded in custody. Is that what you say, Madam President? We have another prominent member of the IPU, Mr. Fazil Chowdhury, who is currently languishing in jail, and Mr. Habib Milad. And we are following up on these cases with the authorities concerned. We hope that such friendly pressure will bear fruit. Then we look at violence against women. I just want to report here that we continue our work to shed light and spotlight on what women politicians are suffering on account of them being involved in politics. So we have extended our study to the Asia-Pacific region. We are carrying out a study on how violence against women in politics is unfolding in that part of the world, so that we have a clearer understanding, and then we can spur more robust action by the parliamentary community and others to fight that phenomenon. I go to the next slide, which is still on building effective and empowered parliaments, and there we have been involved in several capacity building programs in your respective parliaments to build the skills of staff, parliamentarians, and focusing on, of course, the key policy areas of human rights, gender equality, ICT, diplomacy, peace, and parliamentary transition. So all of this we have been doing, and we have also launched, as part of our campaign to provide tools to parliamentarians, the indicators for democratic parliaments, which are intended to help parliaments assess their skills or their capacity to deliver on their mandates, to live up to the hallmarks of democratic parliaments. So we go on to the next slide, Madam Director, and here I want to focus a bit more on what we are doing in response to crises around the world, especially in West Africa. The Secretary General did receive a mandate to pay particular attention to the instability that is rampant in this part of the world. And so over the past several months, we have been working regularly and robustly with all those parliaments that are in transition: Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, not Equatorial Guinea, Chad, Gabon, and which one have I missed? Burkina Faso? Guinea. So there you will see the breadth of activities that we have carried out with those parliaments. We have now forged a community of all those transitional parliaments working with us to identify collective and individual challenges that we are addressing. For instance, recently we have been in Gabon to help with the constitution drafting process in that country, and that is very much appreciated. We have been in Burkina Faso discussing how parliaments, including in the transitional period, can help foster reconciliation. This is work that I think is greatly appreciated by the members of those countries concerned. I also want to single out what we are doing to give the small island developing states a sense of belonging to this organization. And there we are focusing on a particular challenge, that of climate change, which has been identified by them as an even more serious existential threat than other parts of the world. And there we report that we did a major seminar in Trinidad and Tobago in May this year on the issue of climate change. We will continue, Madam President, members of Council, to focus on this group of countries to make sure that their voices come to the fore and that this organization helps them better respond to the challenges that they are facing. Can we move on to Objective 2 very quickly? And there we're talking about inclusive and representative parliaments, and we have continued to promote women's inclusion in political processes, youth empowerment, and there you will see those countries where we have been involved in supporting parliamentary caucuses for women parliamentarians in Colombia, Djibouti, Myanmar, Namibia, Turkey, and Zambia. I wish to thank the authorities of these countries, the speakers, for working so closely with us in order to build more inclusive environments for the functioning of Parliament. When we go on to Objective 3, very quickly, supporting resilient and innovative parliaments. Here, again, our work revolves around helping parliaments harness the new technologies, scientific innovations that are out there in order to improve upon parliamentary processes. And it is only fitting that this assembly has chosen to focus on scientific and technological innovation for the benefit of mankind, or humanity, sorry. And we are doing our best to respond to these challenges, and the Center for Innovation in Parliament in my office has been working on how artificial intelligence can be used more effectively in Parliament. We have also been involved in producing issues briefs on artificial intelligence for Parliament, and we'll continue to work on this. I did mention earlier the publication that we launched yesterday on e-parliaments, the report that we launched on e-parliaments, the 8th edition, which is a very useful tool for shedding light on how parliaments are embracing new technologies, the challenges that come with that, and how we can bridge the digital divide. I don't want to talk about the Charter of Ethics in Science and Technology because that is a separate item on the agenda, but I just want to point out that in carrying out our activities, we have endeavored to forge new partnerships. We don't want to consider Parliament as, or rather the IPU as an ivory tower without reaching out to the greater community. And this is consistent with your strategy where you want to build a parliamentary ecosystem that takes into account the views and contributions of partners. And so during the period under review, we have had to sign cooperation agreements with the International Institute for Peace, Economics and Peace, with the most recently with the King Hamad Global Center for Tolerance. It's a Bahrain-based entity that works to promote peaceful coexistence. And we'll continue, Madam President, to identify such opportunities and recruit more resources to support the work that we do. We go on to Strategic Objective 4 now, which is about catalyzing collective parliamentary action. And under this item, I just want to mention the value of gatherings such as the assembly we have now that brings together the global parliamentary community to articulate the views of parliamentarians and the people on issues of global governance. And so we had the 148th assembly that took place in this same hall last March, and we're now having the 149th. And over and above the debates that we have in here, there are a multitude of other side events that are taking place on specific issues that you as parliamentarians consider relevant to your work. So in a session like this one, we'll be talking about health, we'll be talking about peaceful coexistence, we'll be looking at water as a resource for peace and many other things, so that you all feel engaged and feel comfortable that your specific issues are being taken into consideration. I will move on to something also and focus on this in particular, Madam President, and that is our political project, the IPU political project at the UN. We have a long-standing cooperation with the United Nations. At the operational level, it is working very well. We have programs of cooperation with specialized agencies of the United Nations, and many of the parliaments here are benefiting from that cooperation in terms of technical assistance, capacity building. But one area where we need to work more on is how we engage the United Nations and its processes and make sure that parliaments are included in the deliberative processes of the UN, can have spaces where they can contribute the people's voice to the deliberations of the United Nations. And in this regard, we're pleased to announce that we have made some headway. We have scored some success. Recently, Madam President and myself were at the Summit of the Future and the General Assembly in New York, and there the leaders of this world did adopt a pact for the future. That's what it's called. It is a blueprint for helping the global community address global challenges that are facing the world today. And in that pact for the future, there is a strong appeal that is made by the United Nations to reach out more to parliaments and the Inter-Parliamentary Union as we work together to wrestle with the challenges that are facing the global community. This is something that I believe is exceptional because not many constituencies and the global architecture receive such attention. It is a growing recognition of your role as legislators, as lawmakers, overseers of government and managers of your budgetary resources, how this can be better used to improve upon the processes at the United Nations. I thought I should mention this, and Madam President, I also want to salute the contribution of many of your colleagues here. You were there, you were very active, addressing the General Assembly, the Summit of the Future, and there were many representatives of the IPU. The president of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, Dan Carden, was there. The president of Women Parliamentarians was there. The chair of the Working Group on Science and Technology was there. Who else? The chair of the Advisory Group on Health was present. So the IPU had its tentacles everywhere during that high-level week, and I'm very appreciative of that contribution by our membership to show that this is their organization. And I was privileged also to address the special session of the Security Council on Leadership for Peace, where it was an opportunity for me to reiterate the views of the parliamentary community and how we can work together with the governmental authorities to improve upon the current governance, global governance. Madam President, there are a host of other activities in which we have been involved with the United Nations. Again, in July, we were in New York for the high-level Forum for Political, what do you call it, HLPF? Yes, which is the body in the UN that reviews implementation of the SDGs. There was a parliamentary session you presided over, Madam President, but we were involved in a host of other events on that area. And lastly, I want to also mention that we are receiving keen attention from the UN Secretary General himself as we prepare for next year's 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. We have the involvement of the Chief of Staff of the Secretary General in the deliberations for the preparation of that conference. And as we speak, he's set to come to Geneva to meet with us tomorrow as we continue these discussions. Lastly, Madam President, I think I'm almost done. Lastly, we talk about membership. I want to say that you and I and other dedicated members of the IPU have been hard at work trying to recruit new members. Earlier on this week, you had the pleasure of welcoming a new member, that is Jamaica, to the fold. We are also hoping that when we meet in Uzbekistan, we will have the pleasure of welcoming, not Bahrain, Brunei, and most probably Belize. We'll continue this work, but I think the bulk of the responsibility lies with you all. And Madam President, also, you did mention in your report that the IPU, through you, and in the case of China and myself, we were present at celebrations with member parliaments of their anniversary of involvement in the IPU. You mentioned your recent visit to Hungary for the 135th anniversary of Hungary's accession to the IPU. You and I were in China also in August to celebrate 40 years of China's membership of the IPU. So we are reaching out to our parliaments, and I just want to say that whenever possible, yes, we would be pleased to be sharing your celebrations as you mark landmarks in your contribution to the organization. So, Madam President, yesterday, the last point was about accountability, and I don't want to say more about that because yesterday, you did have a special accountability segment at the Assembly where members reported on how they are implementing outcomes of the IPU. And during this session, I believe you will also be apprised of what we are doing in terms of improving upon accountability and transparency in the work of the IPU. I promise to end, but Madam President, bear with me. I want to say one word about our contribution to peace and security, which is the priority theme for this year, 2024. And there, again, I want to point to the work that you are doing in parliamentary diplomacy, bridging gaps between countries in conflict, like in Ukraine. I think there will be a report on by the task force on Ukraine at this assembly, but we have also been involved in continuing to bring together the parliaments of Armenia and Azerbaijan in order for them to consolidate the ongoing peace process in their country. You will also receive reports from the Committee on Middle East Questions on what they have been doing in recent weeks, and I hope that this will give you an idea of the priority that we are paying to the issue of peace and security in a world that is fraught with a lot of crises. Madam President, I'm sorry I've been very long-winded in my presentation, but I wanted to give everybody or every parliament a chance to know that we are working for you. We are always there to deliver on the mandate that you have entrusted to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for that long presentation, which is full of details about what has been done so far. Colleagues, do we have any member who would like to?
Somebody?
Canada, and then Burkina Faso. So Canada and Burkina Faso. Canada, just a second.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Secretary General Martin, thank you so much for your update. Phenomenal work plan, very encouraging, focused. I want to congratulate all members of the Executive Committee as well for helping lend shape and direction. I want to talk about an issue that we, I think, previously at the Executive Committee had committed to pursue, one which would speak obviously to the priorities of the organization: peace and security, democracy, climate change, sustainable development, and it speaks also to your important update on membership. And I wanted to raise with you where, if I could ask on behalf of the members here, where are we now with respect to our overtures to the United States of America? It is clear for me, as one delegate here, that it is an obvious omission in our family, that the American parliamentary community is very involved in the world, has much to contribute, would learn, of course, from the experience here, would help shape our views as well collectively. And I would also, if I could, before turning it over to you, ask all of our colleagues in all of our dealings with the United States through their embassies, in other meetings, the OSCE, at NATO meetings and beyond, if we might just simply raise it with our colleagues. And this will be increasingly important, Madam President, in particular if there's going to be a change in administration in Washington in the next 3 weeks. So I'm wondering if you can give us an update. Where are we? What overtures, what entreaties have we made directly to the United States of America, and particularly both chambers of their Congress? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Burkina Faso, can you request the floor? Yes, you have the floor. Burkina Faso.
Madame la Présidente de l'UIP, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, permettez-moi à la fin de l'intervention du secrétaire général de notre association, de notre structure, de saisir cette occasion pour le remercier vivement pour ce qu'il a fait pour le Burkina Faso, pour le soutien précieux qu'il a apporté à notre Parlement, à travers l'organisation du séminaire parlementaire qui s'est tenu à Ouagadougou du 27 au 29 août dernier. Ce séminaire axé sur le renforcement des capacités de nos parlementaires a été une réussite éclatante. Il a permis à nos députés d'acquérir les outils essentiels pour améliorer la qualité de leur travail législatif, leur rôle de contrôle de l'action gouvernementale et de mieux répondre aux défis auxquels notre pays fait face aujourd'hui, notamment dans un contexte marqué par une grave crise sécuritaire et humanitaire. À l'issue de ces séminaires, des recommandations pertinentes ont été édictées et nous souhaitons, avec l'appui de l'UIP, assurer la mise en œuvre de ces recommandations afin de ne pas nous arrêter en si bon chemin. Au nom du président de l'Assemblée législative de transition du Burkina Faso, son Excellence le Dr Ousmane Bougouma, nous réitérons notre disponibilité à continuer à travailler ensemble pour la consolidation de nos institutions étatiques. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de vous adresser mes plus chaleureuses félicitations pour le leadership exceptionnel et le dynamisme dont vous avez fait preuve depuis votre entrée en fonction il y a de cela 1 an. Vous démontrez une fois de plus que le leadership féminin est non seulement possible, mais aussi indispensable pour faire avancer nos sociétés. Plein succès à notre 149e session de notre Union. Je vous remercie.
Well, the report was given by the Secretary General, so I'll give him 30 seconds if he has anything to say before I address the issue raised by Canada.
Yes, Madam Speaker. No, Madam President. Thank you very much. Yes, you will respond to the question of U.S. membership in the IPU because you've been actively involved recently, and I believe you did make reference to that when you presented your report on Monday. J'aimerais à cette occasion remercier le délégué, le chef de la délégation du Burkina Faso, pour ses chaleureux mots en faveur de l'Union interparlementaire et de moi-même. Je voudrais tout juste vous dire que nous allons continuer avec résolution à cheminer avec vous, à vous accompagner dans le processus engagé dans votre pays visant à un retour rapide à la vie constitutionnelle normale. Cette responsabilité nous incombe. C'est un mandat qui a été accordé à l'Union interparlementaire et nous voulons être à la hauteur de la confiance que vous nous avez donnée en appartenant à cette organisation. Donc, je vous remercie de cela. Nous sommes disposés à travailler avec vous dans la mise en œuvre des recommandations du séminaire que vous avez cité tout à l'heure, mais il y a plein d'autres interventions que nous pouvons mener de façon, comme l'autre jour, nous pouvons mener de façon collective avec vos homologues des autres pays en transition en Afrique de l'Ouest, mais également les activités que nous pouvons mener avec vous en tant que Burkina Faso dans la stratégie que vous avez mise en place visant à un retour à la constitutionnalité. Donc, merci des mots aimables que vous avez prononcés à l'endroit du secrétaire général et à l'endroit de l'institution que nous représentons tous. Merci.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you so much, Burkina Faso, for the warm compliments. And Canada, you raised the issue of bringing back our colleagues from the United States of America. I would like to report to you briefly that we have been engaging with them at all levels. We have been engaging with members of the Congress at the moment, and we have talked to a number of them, and they have shown a positive response to our plea. But at the same time, the discussions have been very productive in terms of they are also eager and ready to come back. They are waiting for the elections to take place. I also, colleagues, would like to report to you, I had a chance to meet with the Speaker of the Congress, Mr. Mike Johnson, when I went to meet the G7 speakers when we had a meeting in Verona. So I had a chance to personally talk to him on your behalf, and he's also very optimistic, which is a very good sign. So much as I understand people, even in this house, they have different supports for different aisles of what is going to happen in the next few days in the United States. But I wish the Speaker all the best because I've already talked to him. And whoever is going to come, I mean, we are following up closely the issue of bringing everybody back because we want our body to be a universal parliamentary forum. And so we are going to try to make sure all the members who maybe had left previously have come back. Like Liberia is now back, and we are very grateful, and we know the United States also will come back. So we keep pushing. We keep pushing. That said, colleagues, before we move ahead, I would like to share with you briefly some feedback from the Executive Committee about the interim report of the Secretary General and what we were able to do. So the Executive Committee took note of the report of the Secretary General and expressed its appreciation for the arrangements he had put in place to implement the IPU strategy through numerous activities conducted, which he has just shared with us, with a view to facilitating the participation of parliamentary delegations in the United Nations. In the United Nations meetings in New York, the Executive Committee requested that the IPU Secretariat share the agendas of those meetings in advance as early as possible, because it's helpful for the national delegations to prepare at some time, and sometimes to also request for budgets from their respective countries. So we will be doing that, and the Executive Committee requested the Secretary General to share with you very early. At the same time, the Executive Committee also encouraged parliamentary delegations attending meetings in New York to make use of both the support of the IPU office, which is not very far from the United Nations headquarters, and their respective permanent missions in New York. It is very important, colleagues, that we do this, especially now that we are forging very close cooperation with the United Nations. So we would like, once the information comes to you, and if you need any help from the Office of the Secretary General, to write maybe to your parliament so that they allow you to come to these meetings that we hold at New York in March, in February and July. We will be more than happy to do that, to reach out to your parliaments and write your invitations. That said, may I take it that we all note the report that has been presented by the Secretary General? Thank you very much. It is so decided. Okay, so that said, colleagues, before we go to the 8th agenda, since we have been talking about the activities of the Secretary General and how the IPU have been working on, but we have also made a decision previously that our 150th IPU assembly will take place in Uzbekistan. So we have the Speaker of Uzbekistan with us this morning, who is going to introduce us to how this meeting will be organized, and is going to also share with us the beauties of Uzbekistan and how they are ready to receive all of us. So, Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Hurmatli Prezident xonim oliyalari, janob bosh kotib, muhtaram delegatsiya rahbarlari, xonimlar va janoblar. Biz so'nggi yillarda jahon siyosatida beqarorlik va keskinlik tobora avj olib borayotgani guvohi bo'lyapmiz. Bu esa fuqarolar xavfsizligi va farovonligini ta'minlashga qaratilgan xalqaro hamkorlikni chuqurlashtirishda parlamentlar har qachongidan ham ko'ra ko'proq, muhimroq rol o'ynashi zarurligini taqozo etmoqda. Shubhasiz, parlamentarizmning chinakam demokratik prinsiplarini global miqyosda ilgari surishda parlamentlar aro ittifoqning o'rni katta bo'lmoqda. Prezidentimiz Shavkat Mirziyoyevning puxta o'ylangan islohotlari va Oliy Majlisning faol sa'y-harakatlari tufayli O'zbekiston qisqa vaqt ichida mazkur xalqaro tashkilotning to'laqonli a'zosiga aylanganini alohida g'urur bilan ta'kidlab o'tmoqchiman. 2021 va 2023 yillarda parlamentlar aro ittifoq bilan birgalikda barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlari bo'yicha xalqaro parlament forumlari, shuningdek 2022 yilda Toshkent shahrida parlamentlar aro ittifoqqa a'zo davlatlar parlamentlari rahbar ayollarining 14-sammiti o'tkazilgani O'zbekiston hamda parlamentlar aro ittifoq hamkorligini yanada mustahkamlashda muhim bosqich bo'lib xizmat qildi. Ma'lumki, parlamentlararo ittifoq o'z assambleyalarini barqaror rivojlanish borasida ijobiy tajribaga ega bo'lgan va demokratik islohotlar hamda parlamentarizmni rivojlantirishga katta yutuqlarga erishayotgan mamlakatlarda o'tkazadi. Aynan shu sababli biz mazkur xalqaro tuzilmaning 150-yubiley sessiyasini O'zbekistonda o'tkazish to'g'risidagi qarorni mamnuniyat bilan qabul qildik. Markaziy Osiyoda birinchi marotaba o'tkaziladigan va mintaqaning global xavfsizlik va barqaror taraqqiyot tizimidagi roli ortib borayotganini anglatadigan ushbu muhim xalqaro tadbirni qo'llab-quvvatlaganligingiz uchun parlamentlararo ittifoqqa a'zo mamlakatlarga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Ushbu qarorni qizg'in qo'llab-quvvatlagan ko'p millatli O'zbekiston xalqi mazkur tadbirni intiqlik bilan kutayotganligini alohida ta'kidlab o'tmoqchiman. Shu munosabat bilan barchangizni O'zbekiston Respublikasi parlamenti nomidan 2025-yil 5-9 aprel kunlari mamlakatimiz poytaxti Toshkent shahrida bo'lib o'tadigan parlamentlararo ittifoqning 150-yubiley assambleyasiga lutfan taklif etish men uchun juda ham katta sharafdir. Qadrli do'stlar, 2000 yildan ortiq tarixga ega, 2000 yildan ortiq tarixga ega, Buyuk Ipak yo'lidagi eng qadimgi shaharlardan biri bo'lgan Toshkent shahri bugungi kunda Markaziy Osiyodagi eng yirik megapolisga aylanib bormoqda. Bugun Toshkent chin ma'noda ko'plab global masalalarga bag'ishlangan xalqaro tadbirlar o'tkaziladigan, dunyo liderlarini o'zida jamlayotgan yirik muloqot maydoniga aylandi. Shu ma'noda parlamentlararo ittifoqning yubiley assambleyasini shunga munosib tarzda tashkil etish bo'yicha Prezidentimiz va hukumatimiz tomonidan barcha zarur tayyorgarlik choralari ko'rilayotganligini alohida aytib o'tmoqchiman. Forum ishtirokchilari uchun esa O'zbekistonning boy tarixiy va madaniy merosi bilan yaqindan tanishish imkonini beruvchi boy madaniy dastur tayyorlanadi. Hurmatli delegatsiya rahbarlari, muhtaram hamkasblar, O'zbekiston muloqot va hamkorlikka ochiq, parlamentlararo aloqalarni mustahkamlashga, bunyodkorlik tashabbuslarini faol ilgari surishga intiladi. So'zimning so'ngida e'tiboringizga kichkina video lavhani havola etishga ijozat bergaysiz. Unda biz madaniy tarixiy merosimiz, jadal taraqqiyotimiz va hamkorlik istiqbollarini namoyish etishga harakat qildik. Sizlarni serquyosh va mehmondo'st O'zbekistonda, uning poytaxti Toshkentda intiqlik bilan kutamiz. O'zbekistonga xush kelibsiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
The Republic of Uzbekistan is a rapidly developing ancient land with a population of 37 million. It is located between Amudarya and Sirdarya, and its total area is 448.9 square kilometers. Situated in the Central Asian region, Uzbekistan borders Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Afghanistan. Uzbekistan is a multi-ethnic and multi-confessional country. Today, representatives of more than 130 nationalities and peoples live in harmony in the country. Historical and cultural monuments, customs, ceremonies and holidays, spiritual values, science, ethics, art and religion, material and spiritual wealth in Uzbekistan. Its culture has a long history and is one of the centers of ancient civilizations. Moreover, there are thousands of archaeological, cultural and artistic monuments in its territory. Country has several historical cities. One of them is Tashkent. In recent years, Uzbekistan has been paying a lot of attention to the further development of cooperation based on mutual trust and respect in international relations due to the initiatives and efforts of President Shavkat Mirziyoyev in foreign relations and political will. In this regard, Uzbekistan has been strengthening friendly relations with neighboring countries, far and near foreign countries, international influential organizations. In turn, these actions were determined at the main direction of the diplomacy of the Parliament of Uzbekistan. It is known that the Oli Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan is the supreme state representative representatives body and exercises legislative power. The Oli Majlis consists of two chambers, the Legislative Chamber and the Senate. The term of office is 5 years. In recent years, the Parliament of Uzbekistan has been actively participating in the work of international inter-parliamentary organizations, including the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the CIS Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, and the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic-speaking countries. Taking into account the best practices of the Parliament of Uzbekistan, the structures are taking the initiative to hold their prestigious events in Uzbekistan. For instance, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Women's Forum, the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliaments of the Inter-Parliamentary Union member states, the autumn session of the CIS Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, and a number of international conferences, as well as the Asian Women's Forum in collaboration with the UN and the Global Forum of Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation for the Implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, was held twice in Uzbekistan. It is known that the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, proposed holding the 115th anniversary Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union in Uzbekistan. This initiative was fully supported by the world community. As a result, the agreement has been signed in March 2024. The 115th anniversary assembly will be held in Uzbekistan in April 2025. We are pleased to say that the 115th anniversary assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union will be held in Uzbekistan assembly, gaining historical importance in the activity of the world parliaments. The decisions adopted with the framework of this prestigious international conference determine the directions of development of this international organization in near and long-term perspective. This important event is being held for the first time in Central Asia, and it showed that the positive experience of the country in terms of parliamentarism and sustainable development is highly appreciated by the international community, in particular the prestigious structure Inter-Parliamentary Union. The 115th anniversary assembly will be held at the International Congress Center in the heart of Tashkent City. We invite you all to participate in the 115th anniversary assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to be held in Uzbekistan.
Thank you so much, Speaker Nabaeva, for this invitation.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll wait. Sure. Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for that presentation and also for enticing us through this video. Colleagues, having done that, we now go to the 8th item of our agenda, which is appointment of 2 internal auditors for 2025. Colleagues, our rules of the Governing Council requires the Governing Council to appoint 2 internal auditors for every fiscal year. And since we need 2 members, we only have 2 applications. That is, we have received the, Mr. Nadir Manzoor, who is the Speaker of the Guyana National Assembly, and Mr. Lorenzo Bugley from San Marino.
No. Yeah.
So, sorry, I have to be sure. San Marino, I saw it somewhere. Is this? Okay, so we have 2 names of our colleagues. So one from San Marino and one from Guyana. And since we need 2, we have only 2 applications. Do I take it that you approve these appointments? Thank you very much. It is so approved. Colleagues, we now go to item 9 of the agenda, which is talking about amendments to the IPU statutes and rules. And on this item, you're going to be apprised of the work of the working group and called upon on the issues that they have already worked on. And at the same time, We will also inform you what the Executive Committee has done in this respect. So the document you have in front of you with reference number CL/214/9-P1-Rev contains the final proposed amendments to the rules of the different bodies of the IPU. And we are using the word final not in terms of the list, but in terms of those rules that are being brought to your attention at the moment, including the rules that are referring to the Governing Council that the Executive Committee endorsed that is sitting on the 11th of October. As a reminder, amendments to the rules are adopted by the Governing Council. The amendments to the statutes and the rules of the Assembly will be tabled for approval in the closing sitting of the Assembly later this afternoon. In addition, the Executive Committee has endorsed a proposal from the Working Group to upgrade the existing Advisory Group on Health into a committee that would function along the same lines as the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians or the Committee on the Middle East Questions. This requires the amendment of the standalone rules governing the Advisory Group on Health, bringing them into line with the rules of the committee referred to above. In that view, the Executive Committee also endorsed the revised rules of the Committee on Health contained in document CL/214/9-P.1. Dear colleagues, I wish also to inform you that the Executive Committee had an in-depth discussion on how to include and give more visibility to crisis situation in every region in our different discussions and resolutions. The Executive Committee invited the Secretary General to reflect on this question and come up with concrete suggestions that we will discuss during our next meeting. Please note that the working group has not yet concluded its work. It will study pending proposals on, among others, gender parity, the Vice President of the IPU, and the emergency item when it resumes work later this year. That said, colleagues, since those documents were circulated to you, I want to think that you have already gone through those documents and you have seen what we are proposing to you, much as our working group is still working on other aspects that they had received from your different parliaments. So do I take it that you have gone through what the Executive Committee has gone through and brought to you, and you endorse those amendments? It is so decided. Thank you very much. So that said, colleagues, what we are going to do is that we will. Colleagues, since it's work in progress, but what we have approved now will be incorporated in our statutes as they stand now, and then will be published on our website, so you're sure how our statute will read like. So that said, we will now move to item 10 of our agenda, questions relating to the IPU membership and observer status. And we will be looking at first the situation of certain parliaments, and also we will do the consideration of the situation of members in arrears. Dear colleagues, the Executive Committee examined the situation of certain parliaments and general political development in some countries. It made a number of recommendations on these cases for consideration by the Governing Council. And I wish to invite now the Secretary General to present briefly the overview of these situations, and then the Governing Council will be invited to make a decision. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This exercise is part of the mandate that this organization has to be kept abreast of political developments in the world, and as those developments affect parliaments, you have the responsibility, therefore, to look at this and then also see how you can help address those challenges that are being faced by parliaments, many of which are members of the IPU. So at each session, Governing Council, upon the advice of the Executive Committee, looks at all these situations and makes a determination on each one of them. I had the opportunity of presenting an overview of the situation to the Executive Committee, and today I just want quickly to indicate some of the highlights so that you can take your decisions in full knowledge of the facts. My colleague has put on the screen there a map that shows where there are parliaments that are under the radar screen of, or on the radar screen of the IPU. And those parliaments are in various categories. You have those that are not functioning. You have those that are in a transitional phase. You have others that are functioning in a crisis-fraught environment. And you have those which are there just because we want you to be aware that in the near future there might be a crisis that would affect them severely. And my general conclusion is that unfortunately there has been an increase in the number of non-functioning parliaments and parliaments in transition over the past 4 assemblies, as you can see from that chart that is on the screen. Currently, here we have 8 non-functioning parliaments in the world and 7 transitional parliaments. The next slide there gives you the regional distribution of that, and you will have noted that when I presented my report, I did say that a lot of attention was being paid to West Africa because in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa accounts for a large proportion of parliaments in transitional situations. Then if we go on quickly to parliaments that are not functioning, here we have Afghanistan and Myanmar. You have in the past taken note of developments in these 2 countries where the parliaments stand dissolved on account of the military, as is the case of Myanmar, and the Taliban in the case of Afghanistan, having decided to seize power. You have not recognized these developments, that is the dissolution of power of parliament in Afghanistan and Myanmar. You have decided in previous assemblies to continue to recognize the parliaments in place at the time as the legitimate interlocutor of the IPU. And Madam President, you and your colleagues have agreed that these parliaments can participate fully in the work of the IPU in a non-voting capacity. The Executive Committee therefore recommends that this decision continue to apply for as long as the situations in these 2 countries are not normalized. So you have a summary of the decision at the bottom of that slide, Madam President, that you maintain, the IPU Governing Council maintain its position, and delegates, allow delegates from those 2 countries to continue to participate in our deliberations.
Members, do we accept the proposal that is before us in respect of these 2 countries? You presented one or both?
The two, Afghanistan and Myanmar.
Afghanistan and Myanmar?
Sweden.
So where are they sitting?
She's over there. She's asked.
Okay. Myanmar has requested the floor and Sweden also. Is Myanmar allowed to take the floor?
Yes, but they can vote.
Okay, so two interventions. One is Myanmar, then we'll go to Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President and Mr. Secretary General. I am Dr. Wimye E, representative of CRPH Myanmar. In Myanmar, military gender has increasing resorted airstrikes targeting civilians as they lost control of more and more territories on the ground. Amidst this happening crisis, military gender is preparing to hold a sham election in 2025, which is neither democratic nor reflective of the people's will. All the revolutionary forces agreed that a fair and inclusive election will be possible only when the establishment of new federal democratic constitution. This is the only path to lasting peace and sustainable development. On behalf of Myanmar's elected lawmakers of 2020 election and our own people, I urge the IPU Governing Council to include a decision by not recognizing the military sham election and to uphold its decision to recognize the CRPH as the legitimate representative of Myanmar as usual at the IPU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sweden, can you please request the floor? Can you press your microphone, Sweden? Okay. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would like to raise the question about Afghanistan. We do read in newspapers, we hear in our parliamentarian discussions, meeting with international organizations, both like IPU, but also with others, that the situation for women in Afghanistan is going backwards, really backwards. Also for girls. Girls are not allowed to go to school. Women are not allowed to have a work. They are not allowed to be out in the way in the society as they should be. They are not allowed to be in parliament. I don't see why we should cooperate with them in any way when women and girls are not allowed, and the country is in a terrible situation. It's not going forward, it's going backwards every day. And I don't see that those who are in the parliament today are elected either. They have come to power by violence. Thank you very much, Madam. I would like to say also, I am worried, really worried about the situation in Afghanistan. I know that it's important with contacts, but I don't see that it's proper to have them here in any position at all. Thank you, Madam.
I can explain to her about
Briefly, okay, go ahead. Secretary General.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I think the statement made by the delegate from Myanmar is very much in line with the decision that the Governing Council is requested to take regarding Myanmar. Regarding Afghanistan, I thank the head of the delegation of Sweden, and I want to explain that we are not cooperating with the current Taliban regime in Afghanistan. We are, as you have said, concerned over the plight of women and girls in Afghanistan. And during our conversations with UN officials in New York recently, we have raised this concern with them because we were aware of the fact that talks had begun between the United Nations and the Taliban regime. Those talks had taken place in Qatar, but the situation of women was not part of the agenda of that meeting. So in various contacts that we've had with officials of the UN, we have expressed regret over the situation and expressed the deep hope that this gap can be plugged as soon as possible, that whatever discussions are taking place with the current regime in Kabul should factor in the rights of women and girls. So thank you, Madam President.
Yes, thank you, Secretary General, for that clarification, but also just to add on, we are not recognizing anybody in the country. These are the people who are actually outside the country, but they can kind of inform us if they want to take the flow of what is happening there. So we're not really working with those who are there at the moment. So, colleagues, do we maintain the status that we currently have in respect of these two countries? It is so decided. Thank you very much. SG?
Thank you, Madam President. Under this category, we have Bangladesh. Unfortunately, we have to report further bad news, and that is Parliament in Bangladesh stands dissolved as a result of the events that took place in August 2024, when the administration of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was overthrown following protest in the country. They currently have an interim government presided over by Nobel Peace Laureate Mohamed Yunus. The Parliament, as I say, stands dissolved. And when I did meet with the Prime Minister, Mr. Yunus, in New York recently, he assured me that they are going down the legal route and that they will do everything according to the books. And so we are hopeful that this will include the organization of elections within 90 days as per the Constitution, and those 90 days expire in November. So the Executive Committee was apprised of this situation, and I believe they said that the IPU should take note, the Governing Council should take note with regret the fact that there is no functioning parliament in Bangladesh, that the IPU continue to monitor the situation, and that this matter be taken up again when the Executive Committee and Governing Council next meets.
Colleagues, we note, Governing Council, we note the situation. I need the claps or the hands. Thank you very much. It is so decided. Secretary General.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Guinea-Bissau. As far as the IPU is concerned, there is a parliament in Guinea-Bissau. It's simply because you have not agreed with the dissolution of the existing parliament in Guinea-Bissau because it was judged unconstitutional. The head of state, according to the constitution of Guinea-Bissau, cannot dissolve parliament within 6 months of its being elected. But that's what the current president did. As a result, this was a result of a standoff between parliament and himself, more specifically between the speaker of that parliament and himself. So he proceeded to dissolve parliament, and you have continued to recognize the parliament that is there as the official interlocutor of the IPU, and it is in that capacity that they are here. There is a delegation from Guinea-Bissau participating in the proceedings, and we will continue to monitor the situation. I think the decision or the recommendation from the Executive Committee is that we regret the situation in Guinea-Bissau where the President has blocked access to Parliament for parliamentarians, and that we urge the authorities in that country to organize elections as stipulated in the Constitution so that we can have a normalization of the situation there.
Colleagues, we note the decision, or rather we approve?
Approve.
Do we approve the decision that was taken by the Executive Committee? Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Haiti, Madam President, there's no functioning parliament in Haiti. This is because the mandate of the previous parliament has lapsed and no elections have taken place in Haiti because of the prevailing political instability. And the Executive Committee did take note of this worrying situation and did really express concern and suggested that every effort be made to organize elections as soon as possible so that we can have a fully fledged parliament in place that can resume its membership within the IPU, because that parliament is currently, its membership rights are currently suspended in the IPU. So the Executive Committee recommends that those rights continue to be suspended until such time as elections have taken place.
Colleagues, do we approve? It is so decided. Secretary General.
Kuwait, the Parliament of Kuwait stands dissolved by the Emir, who has proceeded to assume legislative powers. And according to the Constitution, the Parliament can be suspended for a maximum of 4 years. So presumably, the Emir has up until May 2028 to organize elections for a new assembly. However, I think that consultations ongoing, and we hope that it will not be the case that the transitional period lasts for 4 years. So the Executive Committee did take note of this situation and suggested that Governing Council continue to monitor the situation in view of a possible decision at the next IPU Assembly in 2025.
Colleagues, we note. Thank you very much. It is so decided. Secretary General.
Niger is one of the West African countries that is in the throes of instability. There was a coup in Niger, I think it was last year, 2023, and since then there has been no functioning parliament. However, when you have discussed this situation in the past, you have taken note of the information that the Secretary General has provided on his contacts with the new authorities of Niger, who at the level of the Prime Minister have promised that election, or rather a transitional parliament will be in place. Recently, we did meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the delegation of Niger in New York, and they confirmed to us that the process for establishing a transitional legislative assembly, the process is well advanced, and they hope that in the coming days or weeks that institution will be established. They have sent delegations to neighboring countries, to the other countries that are in transition, to learn from their experience. So we hope that this situation will improve in the coming days. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues of the Executive Committee recommend that Council take note of the ongoing preparations for the creation of a transitional parliament. We'll keep monitoring the situation and report in the next session of the Council. Thank you.
Colleagues, we approve. It is so decided. Secretary General.
Madam President, Sudan is also in the category of parliaments that are not functioning. They don't exist. There's no parliament in Sudan as a result of the 2019 coup in that country. Instead, the situation has taken a turn for the worse with increased fighting between two rival army factions. We, on the basis of our monitoring, see no prospect of elections taking place very soon. And so the considered recommendation of the Executive Committee is that you maintain the suspension of Sudan in the IPU, that the IPU continues to monitor the situation and come back accordingly.
We approve the suspension, colleagues. It is so decided. Secretary General.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move on to the second category of parliaments, transitional parliaments, and there I would like to invite you to consider them collectively: Burkina Faso, Chad, Gabon, Guinea, Mali. Yes, Mali. All of these countries are undergoing transition, and we did review the specific situation of each of one of them. Of course, as we said earlier, they have specific challenges, but they also have collective challenges, and that is how we are approaching the matter. They're in different stages of their transition, and the Executive Committee, when they considered this took note of the developments that have taken place in each of these transitional parliaments. They took note of the support that the IPU is providing to many of them: Gabon, Burkina Faso, you just heard Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad, and Chad just won the Crema award. So we are continuing to monitor the situation, and Madam President, you and your colleagues decided that the IPU continue to monitor the situation, continue to apply friendly pressure on these countries to speed up the transition process in the country, so that in the very near future, you'll have the pleasure of welcoming full-fledged legislative bodies from these countries.
Colleagues, we approve. Thank you. It is so decided. Secretary General.
We have South Sudan, Madam President. South Sudan. Elections were supposed to take place later this year. We have recently been informed that those elections have been postponed for another period of 2 years for a variety of reasons, including the fact that the preparations for the elections had not been concluded, and apparently the authorities of the transitional administration in South Sudan are keen to be inclusive in the process, and in this case they want to give time for consultations between the various political actors in the country. So your committee, the executive committee, did take note of this extension, but it also decided to recommend to Council to urge the authorities to prosecute efforts for a swift return to constitutional rule, including through the organization of the elections that are foreseen.
Colleagues, we not.
There's a hand up.
But
Iran.
what?
Iran.
Iran, okay. Hold on. Iran, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Madam President. According to the report of Distinguished Secretary General on Sudan and Southern Sudan, he informed us the circumstances and situation are same. No election in Southern Sudan also. If you have some more explanation, we will hear, but the South Sudan are present here, their delegation are here. Tuesday they had voted, and the other normal activities which delegation have. But about the Sudan, I have not seen the delegation, and as Secretary General said, that we have to wait and the situation is suspended. Just some clarification I need. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, colleague. The situation in Sudan and South Sudan is reported differently. Sudan stands suspended because there is no parliament at the moment. And there is no government, literally. But South Sudan, there is a transitional parliament that exists. So the report of the Secretary General is saying they were, the latest report that we got from them when we last met was that they were going to have elections. And what he's reporting now is that the transitional parliament is still doing its parliamentary job. They haven't had elections. So that's the difference. In Sudan, there is no parliament at the moment. In South Sudan, there is a transitional parliament, but they are looking forward to having an election. Does that make it clear? Okay, good. So, colleagues, we approve? Thank you very much. It is so decided. Secretary General.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The last parliament in that category is Libya. Libya is a country that has a transitional parliament that has been in place for the past 10 years, the House of Representatives. It has been functioning in Tobruk, and currently we understand it's functioning in Benghazi. That is the interlocutor that you recognize as the representative of Libya in the IPU. But when that parliament was put in place, it was supposed to make preparations for full-fledged elections for a permanent parliament. Those elections have not taken place because of a number of reasons. You know, Libya continues to be in the throes of crisis, including military. It's undergoing civil war. And so, although there have been some positive developments, it has not been possible to organize any elections in Libya. So the executive committee recommends to Council to take note of developments and call for elections to take place as soon as possible, and calls on the Council to continue to monitor the situation with the Parliament of Libya, the House of Representatives that is functioning in Benghazi.
Colleagues, we note. It is so decided. Thank you.
Okay. We have this. What? Okay. I think that's the one. That's yes. We have done. Yes. So we go on to yes. We have Palestine, Venezuela, and yes, and Yemen.
Some explanation to give before for Venezuela.
Okay. Very good. So very quickly, Madam President, Palestine.
We go to C now. Consideration of.
No.
No.
We finish with the.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, we have a category of parliaments in countries where the political situation impacts on parliament's capacity to function. And there we have Palestine. Palestine elections haven't taken place since 2006. We do know what is happening in that part of the world. However, there is a member of the IPU from Palestine, that is the Palestine National Council, that is represented in this assembly as a full-fledged member of the organization. In fact, they presented an item for resolution the other day. And so we just put this on the, in this list so that we all are aware that the effort should be made towards organizing elections as and when feasible so that we can have a full-fledged representative of Palestine in the IPU.
Colleagues, we note. It is so decided.
Yemen too. Yemen has a parliament, but it is currently delocated from Sana'a to, I believe, Aden now. You have recognized that parliament that has been in place, I think, since 2003 as the interlocutor of the IPU. There is a delegation from Yemen here, chaired by its speaker, Sultan al-Bukhani. So they have been participating fully in the deliberations of the organization. And that it is that parliament that is aligned with the UN-recognized government in Yemen.
Colleagues, we note. It is so noted. Thank you.
Madam President, you did indicate that you wanted to say a few words regarding Venezuela.
If it's the last one. You
well,
still have some?
I have a few more others that are positive news. Let me take those.
Yeah,
Then you can come back to Venezuela. Bosnia and Herzegovina, for some time now you have been reviewing this situation, not because Parliament is not functioning there or is in difficulties, just for you to be aware of the ongoing tension in the country that might ultimately lead to a serious impact on the Parliament. We do understand that, those tensions have now been eased and that things are returning to normal, and that is why the Executive Committee has seen fit to recommend to Governing Council that we take Bosnia and Herzegovina off the list of those countries that we are monitoring.
Colleagues, we agree to take Bosnia and Herzegovina out of the list. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Same thing with Peru, Madam President. The political situation, the crisis in Peru seems to be easing and things are normalizing, and we also suggest, the Executive Committee suggests to remove Peru from the list of countries being monitored.
Do we also remove Peru from the list, colleagues? It is so decided. Thank you, Secretary General.
Syria, you recommend that the IPU continue to monitor the situation in Syria and look at how best to support the parliament in that country on account of the fact that Syria is in the throes of civil war, and that is most likely to have a serious impact on the way parliament is functioning there. So you have recommended to Council that we keep Syria on our radar screen.
So we keep monitoring what is happening in Syria. Colleagues, we agree? Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Then you can go to Venezuela.
Colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretary General and his team for all the details that they have given us in respect of the parliaments of the world and how they're doing, and also the follow-up on different parliaments that need close attention of the IPU. So we commend you, Secretary General, for the good work that you're doing. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to once again thank you for the advice that you always give to the IPU to be able to make decisions that contribute to the restoration of constitutional order in those countries. Dear colleagues, please note that the Executive Committee had an extensive discussion on the case of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The Executive Committee agreed that the IPU must uphold its core values, in particular a commitment to engage in dialogue. When considering its contribution to the resolution on the ongoing crisis in the country, the Executive Committee expressed the view that the Venezuelan people would be the primary beneficiaries of any progress towards resolving the current situation. In this light, the Executive Committee recommended keeping open the channels of dialogue with Venezuela on the basis of a roadmap with a timeline the Secretary General will prepare for further discussion at the Executive Committee's next meeting. So that said, colleagues, because under the item that we have to make a decision on, I had to give this extra information so that when we request you to endorse the current status so that it remains as such as the Executive Committee is trying to take steps towards dialogue. Do we accept that the situation in Venezuela at the moment stays as it is? We maintain the current status? Sorry? Okay, colleagues, we have our colleague from Iran. Please request the floor. Sorry, just a second.
Thank you, Madam President. All right. According to the report, Venezuela, as we know, everything is going on. They had their election, but the main problem in Venezuela is interference of the United States in the internal issues of Venezuela. And that's why having a normal contact with any countries is quite normal, no problem. But specifically, we should not put some, decision for the country which is living normal, ruling normal, the people are playing their role. Here is a place which we should take care, as in other cases, to avoid having any selective approach to some specific country. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Iran. Argentina, and then I'll give the explanation to what Iran has requested. Argentina, please request the floor.
Microphone.
Please place on your microphone, then I'll sit here. Try to press again. Try on your neighbor's seat, maybe. Can you try on your neighbor's seat?
Oh, there you go. There's a
okay.
One now.
This one.
Okay, yes.
Okay, you can use that now. Okay, thank you.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Yo no sé a qué llaman normal, el orador previo. Venezuela era hace 20 años el país más rico de Sudamérica. Hoy es el más pobre. A mí no me parece normal. Hay 7 millones de venezolanos que han emigrado y dejado el país en los últimos 5 años. La emigración más rápida de la historia de toda América. A mí no me parece normal. 200.000 personas han llegado a mi país, a Argentina, y han obtenido el derecho a votar en las recientes elecciones 2.000, el 1%. A mí no me parece normal. La oposición venezolana ha exhibido todas las actas de votación que demuestran la aplastante victoria de su candidato. El gobierno, a pesar de los requerimientos de todos, de la Unión Europea, de los Estados Unidos de América, de los países latinoamericanos, de países de todo el mundo, no ha podido mostrar una sola acta confirmando la victoria del dictador Maduro. A mí no me parece normal. Diputados, opositores, son permanentemente raptados y secuestrados por el régimen. A mí no me parece normal. Existe un centro, el Helicoide, que es el más grande de todos, de una vasta red en la cual se aplica la tortura a los opositores. A mí no me parece normal. No me parece el curso normal de la historia. No me parece normal ni la dictadura ni el fraude. Por lo tanto, pido no solo que se mantenga, a mí me gustaría que hubiera una exigencia de este cuerpo, exigiendo al gobierno dictatorial del señor Maduro que muestre las actas o que reconozca la victoria de la oposición, porque no existe una tercera alternativa. Y en cuanto a la injerencia extranjera en Venezuela, ahí voy a estar de acuerdo con el precedente orador. El país está siendo dirigido en el terreno militar por Rusia y en el terreno de la represión política por Cuba. Esa sí que es injerencia extranjera. De otras injerencias extranjeras no conocemos. Pero la presencia masiva de cubanos y rusos en Venezuela lo sabemos bien. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Can you put it properly so we can see it? Okay, colleagues, Cuba has been mentioned by Argentina, and it's only fair to give them a chance to respond. Cuba, you have the floor. Okay, sorry.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Como ustedes han podido escuchar, unos minutos nos hemos tenido que aberrar nuestros oídos por expresiones fuera de lugar y fuera de contexto del representante de Argentina. Las noticias son habituales en los órganos de prensa sobre la derogación de medidas que anteceden al gobierno actual de la República de Argentina y que el pueblo protesta reiteradamente. Entre ellos, la negación incluso al acceso a la educación. No admitimos bajo ningún concepto la referencia a Cuba en la situación que se produce en la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Situación que nosotros vemos, como refiere el delegado iraní, como normal. Sabemos lo que es ser objeto de bloqueos y de presiones extranjeras. Años de experiencias tenebrosas tenemos en ese sentido y, por lo tanto, reiteramos la propuesta inicial que se hizo sobre Venezuela de no ser considerado un parlamento en situación de crisis y apoyamos los procesos que se están produciendo en la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
Well, colleagues, now, who is raising a point of order?
Iran.
It should be a point of order and not a comment on what has been said, because otherwise you have had a chance already to address us on this matter. It should be a point of order. Iran, you have the floor.
The name of Iran was mentioned by my colleagues. That's why I would like to have the right of reply.
No, well, hold on, Iran, hold on. Your name was mentioned in the sense that you started the idea that is being discussed. That's the only context you were mentioned. You were not mentioned in terms of the way like Cuba has been mentioned, or even there's another country that has been mentioned. Russia. So there's a difference. So that's not a point of order. I'm sorry, Iran. So colleagues, I will give a brief explanation and then we will be able to move. I am optimistic. Sweden, you have, Sweden, please request the, yeah, okay, just a second.
So,
yes, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question I would like to raise about Venezuela, and it's if there is a way to ascertain that the election in Venezuela were held in conformity with its constitution. I would appreciate to have a comment on that. Thank you, Madam President.
Colleagues, the issue before us is that every governing council, when we have a meeting, we usually look at the situation in all the parliaments of the world. We pay particular attention to those parliaments that have challenges. So in the context of Venezuela and why it is reported the way it is reported to you, and we were requesting you that we maintain the current status. Currently, Venezuela does not attend our meetings because of the challenges that they have. What challenges do they have? And now I will begin by responding to what Iran had raised. The challenge that they have is that elections from 2015 and the elections that came in 2020, the IPU was not able to tell which of the parliaments should be recognized because each one of them was claiming legitimacy to lead in terms of their own country. So the 2015 parliament said they were still in power, and at the same time, the 2020 also said the same. So IPU did not want to get into the difficulties that the country is going through and then say which one we are going to recognize. Under such circumstances, the IPU took it back to them so that they go and agree. If they will be coming, like both of them, you know, have representatives, that's the only way we were going to have their representatives at IPU. So they were stopped from attending by IPU. Now, why are we discussing it now? It's because that situation, when it comes to Parliament, hasn't changed. In the sense that, well, much as the 2015 Parliament may be looked at like it doesn't exist, but because IPU was looking at the 2015 and 2020, then it became difficult to make a decision on the basis of that. That's why we keep discussing about them. So your question on saying the situation is normal because there were elections, it's true they had presidential elections which are contested. And on this, on using the word contested, I would go to the point that has been raised by Sweden, whether the recent presidential elections took place in the context of their laws and their own constitution. I don't know if I can use the word unfortunately, but IPU does not participate in election observation missions. Because of that, we are unable as an institution to say something that we have not really witnessed, unless if the parliament is there, then when we try to engage, we try to look for facts. Now, at the moment, it's not easy for the body of IPU to say, to give like a comment which will be useful in the context of the question that you have asked. But of course, that doesn't mean that IPU or maybe us as leaders, we haven't seen what has been happening, or in the news what has been reported, or having read the reports also of those observer missions which were there. We have read them, but as an institution, because we don't participate in observer missions for elections, then it becomes very difficult for us to stand on this. So now, on the issue that was raised by Argentina, I think those issues we have been discussing them, and it's in that context that I gave this brief before we came to, before advising the Governing Council to take a decision on what our Executive Committee has come up with. So right now, I'm going to present to you, Governing Council, so that we take a decision that the Governing Council is proposing to you that we maintain the current status. At the same time, the Executive Committee is reporting to you to say we have been looking into this matter and we have agreed that we shall engage dialogue, but we have, as Executive Committee, directed the Secretary General to come up with a roadmap how we are going to go into this, so that we try to go, maybe to use the word that was used by Iran, so that we try to use dialogue and normalize the situation in Venezuela, while the people will be represented democratically by the people who they would have elected. So it's in that context, colleagues, I'm going to request you, do you agree with the proposition that we maintain the current status? It is so decided. Thank you very much. That said, we are now going to item C of the we are going to item C, sub-item C of item 10. Secretary General, you have the floor. Okay, so I'll give you the brief. Colleagues, based on non-payment of the assessed contribution for at least 5 years and the apparent lack of interest in engaging in the IPU, the Executive Committee decided to recommend that the membership rights of the Central African Republic and Congo-Brazzaville be suspended. They would henceforth be listed as non-participating members of the IPU alongside Haiti, Honduras, and Papua New Guinea, until such time as they wish to re-engage in our work. The Executive Committee is requesting that, colleagues, we endorse this decision of suspending these members, but when we say we are suspending, it doesn't mean we are not engaging with them. We will keep engaging them because our goal is to have universal representation here at IPU. So we really wouldn't want anybody to get out of it, but for all of us to go together. But under this, in this context, it's not easy for us to make any other recommendation to you, the governing board, because of what has been happening. So, colleagues, do we approve the suspension of these members? It is so decided. Thank you very much. Also, colleagues, the Executive Committee reinforced the importance of engaging closely with small island developing states, SEEDs, which are facing the challenges of climate change and financial difficulties. We agreed to explore all possible avenues and to encourage and facilitate their participation in the work of the IPU and to help make their voices better heard in our deliberations. Colleagues, we agree on this stance on SEEDs countries? It is so decided. Thank you very much. We now go to item 11 of our agenda, which is talking about the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. The Executive Committee, dear colleagues, took note of the report of the first meeting of the Preparatory Committee for the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. The second meeting of the Preparatory Committee will take place this Friday on 18th October here in Geneva. The Executive Committee expressed its satisfaction with the arrangements the preparatory committee is putting in place for a successful 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, which will take place from 29th to 31st of July in 2025, here in Geneva. This will be preceded by the Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament in the Swiss capital, Bern. This will be held on 28th. So, colleagues, this is a brief report, but we shall also be reporting back to you on this second meeting of the preparatory committee during our next meeting in April 2025. But that said, I would request the delegations that are not led by speakers to take note of these dates so that when they go back and report to their respective parliaments, they can inform their speakers of this very important conference, which comes once every 5 years. So it's very important for all the speakers to prepare, to pin down, to diarize these dates, 29th to 31st of July 2025. At the same time, if you have a female speaker in your parliament who is not here, please go inform them about the meeting that will take place before the Global Conference of Speakers. It will be on 28th in Bern. So please take note of these dates and inform your respective speakers, but also speakers who are here, please take note of this. Do I take it, members, that we take note of this update on the preparatory committee? Thank you very much. It is so decided. So now we go to item 12 of our items of the agenda, which is talking about IPU priority themes. Dear colleagues, during our 213th session, we had a midterm report of the implementation of our 2024 priority theme, peace and security. Today, we will receive a further overview of the implementation of this theme. I will give the floor now to the Secretary General so that he shares with us some highlights, and he will also brief us on the intended priority theme for 2025. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Madam President, thank you very much. Very quickly, I think that my report, my interim report, did refer extensively to the work that we have done in implementation of the priority theme for 2024, which was on peace and security. I did mention the ongoing parliamentary diplomacy initiatives within the Middle East Committee, the group of facilitators for Cyprus, the initiatives that we have made regarding normalizing relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. All of that is going on, and we have in recent months also focused a lot on the issue of common and human security, which has led us not only to have discussions, panel discussions and webinars on the issue to shed light on this phenomenon, but we have gone ahead and produced a handbook that was launched here in this room yesterday on human and common security in a bid to allow parliamentarians to understand better what it is that these concepts embody. So, Madam President, that is what I have to say regarding the priority theme for 2024. But let me then, as you have asked me, say a few words about 2025. Again, as you agreed when you adopted the strategy, you did say that you wanted each year for the IPU to focus on a priority theme contained within that strategy. And that's why you've had climate change in the past, you've had this year peace and security, and next year it has been proposed that you focus on gender equality. And this is what is, which informed the budget for 2025 that you adopted the other day during the first sitting of Council. And why is it that we are proposing gender equality for 2025? It is because next year there are a number of milestones that are going to be celebrated and marked, and this includes the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action on Gender Equality. It also is the 25th anniversary of the UN Resolution on Women, Peace and Security. But most importantly, it is the 40th anniversary of the women's movement in the IPU, or the 40th anniversary of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians in the IPU. So it was deemed only appropriate for us to focus on this theme of gender equality, to allow you as the global parliamentary community to review progress and challenges, because there are challenges. There is a lot of pushback. I did mention the issue of violence against women in politics. That is very prevalent now. And so we thought it would be appropriate for the organization to focus on gender equality next year, to allow you to rededicate and recommit to the noble endeavor of promoting equal rights for women, protecting the rights of women, and looking at the plight of some vulnerable communities, including women. So, Madam President, we have suggested that you and your colleagues then focus on this theme in 2025 as our own contribution to the global discourse on gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. I don't see any country wanting to take the floor. So, members, do I take it that we wish to note and approve the priority theme for 2025? The hands you have already clapped. It is so decided. Thank you very much. So now we go to agenda item number 13, the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology. Dear colleagues, the Executive Committee was apprised of this draft of the Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology. This is the outcome of a 3-year effort initiated by the Working Group on Science and Technology. It was informed by the views of the experts as well as those of the IPU membership. After in-depth considerations of its potential to help parliaments wrestle with the ethical challenges and dilemmas that come with scientific and technological innovation, including the ever-topical artificial intelligence, the Executive Committee endorsed this draft and recommended it for approval by the Governing Council. Before we move ahead, I would like to give the floor to the chair of the Working Group on Science and Technology, who will say a few words, and he's already standing there. Mr. Dennis Naughton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the members of the Inter-Parliamentary Union Working Group on Science and Technology, I'm pleased to present the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology for adoption by the Governing Council, an initiative that aligns seamlessly with the Assembly theme. The Charter is as a result of our Working Group's efforts to create a framework guiding ethical considerations in the rapid advancement of science and technology. As parliamentarians, we must ensure that progress in science and technology is grounded in ethical governance and benefits humanity and the environment. Today, science and technology offer unprecedented opportunities for peace, sustainability and development. However, if unchecked, these advancements could deepen conflicts, fuel inequality and present serious ethical dilemmas. This is where the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology becomes not just relevant, but essential. The Charter provides a framework of principles to ensure that the application of science and technology is aligned with core universal human values: justice, dignity and peace. It should serve as our ethical compass, guiding us in how to responsibly leverage innovation to benefit society while limiting unintended harm and protecting our environment. While the Charter offers a vision of ethical governance, it is up to each one of us in turn to turn that vision into tangible actions through laws, regulations and policies that safeguard human rights, promote equity and foster peace. The vision of the ethical governance is outlined in the following key principles. 1. Duty, responsibility and rational decision making. 2. Rule of law. 3. Preservation of research freedom and independence. 4. Transparency and accountability. 5. Data and privacy. 6. Risk assessment and management. 7. Continuous learning and adaptation. 8. Preservation of peace and harmony. 9. International cooperation. 10. Sustainability and environmental stewardship. And 11. Social justice and equity. Importantly, these ethical principles are supported by guidelines for legislators and policymakers, helping them to create national policies and laws that incorporate these considerations into governance frameworks. By promoting global dialogue on ethical challenges in science and technology, the Charter can facilitate international cooperation, foster innovation and enhance public trust. It should also help parliamentarians use science to advance peace and development by including women, youth and vulnerable groups. Additionally, it aims to bridge the digital, scientific and technological divide between the global north and south, ensuring equitable participation and access to innovation and strengthening accountability. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the IPU member parliaments, especially the parliaments of Canada, Nicaragua, the Russian Federation and Switzerland, as well as the IPU relevant partners and experts who shared with us their insights and suggestions on the Charter, which helped enrich and enhance it, making it far more comprehensive and inclusive. I would, of course, like to thank the members of the working group whose expertise and dedication have made this Charter a reality, and to the IPU Secretariat for their invaluable support throughout the process. We look forward to the adoption of this Charter by the Governing Council as a significant step in our journey towards ethical stewardship of scientific and technological advancements. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naughton, for that report. And now you have done a great job. So, colleagues, you still have to say something?
No.
No? Thank you. So, a round of applause, please, for our chair of this committee for the good work that they have done. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, do you agree and approve the recommendation of the Executive Committee that we endorse and approve the IPU Charter on Ethics of Science and Technology? It is so decided. So now IPU has a Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology. Thank you, Mr. Naughton, and your entire committee. So it is so adopted. Now, colleagues, we go to agenda item number 14 on the future interparliamentary meetings. Dear colleagues, under agenda 14, the Governing Council is invited to review and approve the list of interparliamentary meetings currently scheduled for 2024, the remaining part, but also for 2025 and beyond. I would now like to take this opportunity to let the Secretary General take us through that. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Very quickly, you have a document that has been circulated to you, which is the schedule of future meetings, interparliamentary meetings. It is dated 12th October 2024, and it's CL/214/14-P.1. I would like to request you kindly to take note of this particular document because it has been prepared as a kind of aide-memoire, a reminder to you of what the IPU plans to do in terms of events and other activities for the parliamentary community. And so, as much as possible, we update this schedule, and at each sitting of council or session of council, we do ask you to approve it because In the meantime, there have been a number of other events that have been added to that schedule. We now give you clarity regarding the next assembly of the IPU, which will take place from the 5th to the 9th of April 2025 in Tashkent, as the Speaker of the Parliament of Uzbekistan told us earlier today. We hope that it will be a very successful assembly taking place for the first time in a Central Asian country. We have also made provision to host the 151st Assembly here in Geneva in these same precincts from the 19th to the 23rd of October. And this is in accordance with the statutes and rules of the organization, which stipulate that assemblies take place alternately in Geneva and outside Geneva. For future years, we are in negotiations with, or consultations with a number of parliaments that have expressed interest in hosting an assembly, and as and when those consultations materialize, we will be bringing the conclusions to the attention of the Governing Council. So we have that list of specialized meetings that we have in the schedule. Some of them are marked as to be approved by Council. I don't propose to go through each and every one of them because the rationale for organizing these events is in there. We have also indicated the strategic objective that those events are intended to be in conformity with. And so we can ascertain that whatever is contained in this document is consonant with your strategy. We would therefore ask you to approve those meetings so that we can have a head start in preparing for their organization. I also want to specify, Madam President, members of Council, that we do not include in this list any events or meetings for which we do not have budgetary appropriations, whether they come from the core budget of the organization or from extra budgetary sources. So what we have in here are events that we believe we can implement subject to certain conditions such as availability of hosts and venues. Let me use the opportunity, Madam President, to single out a couple of meetings that will be taking place in the near future. One is the parliamentary session in Baku, Azerbaijan, on the occasion of the Conference of Parties for the Convention to Combat Climate Change, UNFCCC. We have the good fortune of having the partners of the Parliament of Azerbaijan as very active sponsors of this parliamentary session. It will take place from the 16th to the 17th of November, and I have been reminded that I should remind you of the importance of this event. We hope that the parliamentary community will be massively represented at this very important forum, especially so, as Madam President, you will certainly in your comments be mentioning that this meeting is taking place closer and closer to the venue of the actual negotiations of the Conference of Parties. So I wanted to point that out. Secondly, since we prepared this document, we have received confirmation from the United Nations Office of the President of the General Assembly regarding dates that they believe we can block for the annual parliamentary hearing that will take place in 2025. Usually it takes place in February 2025, and following consultations, they have proposed the dates of 13th and 14th of February. So I wanted to bring this to your attention so that as you plan for your work in 2024 and 2025, you take this into consideration. The last meeting that is on my list of reminders is the one that is due to take place in June. I think it's on the 19th to the 21st of June 2025 in Rome in cooperation with the Italian Parliament and the Vatican. That conference is on interfaith or intercultural dialogue, and yesterday I was pleased to sign the agreement with the Italian Parliament for the organization of that meeting. And I was reminded to also remind you that it is important for you to factor this into your plans for 2025 so that we can have large numbers of participants in Rome for this very crucial discussion on something that is very topical in view of what is happening in the world today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. With that information, I don't think I need to add anything. You have already encouraged the members. So, members, do we approve the list of future meetings? It is so decided. Thank you very much. We now go to item 15 of our agenda, which is about the election to the Executive Committee. Colleagues, the Governing Council is invited to elect a new member to the Executive Committee to replace Ms. Beatriz Agimon of Uruguay, whose term is coming to an end at the current session of the Governing Council. She's not here with us because they have elections in her country, and we wish her all the best. But colleagues, she did a very good job. That's why I would have wished to say more. But we very much appreciate, and the Executive Committee recognizes her as one of the very active members and somebody who has really dedicated all her life and energy into the work of the IPU. She made a great contribution, and we pay tribute to her. We all appreciate, and I believe you also, colleagues who have had a chance to talk to her, meet her, and see her in different capacities, you would also appreciate how dedicated she was. So the Executive Committee is very appreciative of her good work. At the same time, now I would like to take this opportunity to inform you, colleagues, that we have received from GRULAC the candidature of Ms. Maria del Carmen Alva Prieto of Peru for a full mandate running from October 2024 to October 2028. This candidature with the accompanying letter and CV was shared with the full membership, so all of you colleagues have that. And now that we have only one candidate for this vacant seat, I take it that the Governing Council wishes to approve Ms. Alva Prieto of Peru as the new member of Executive Committee of the IPU. Thank you very much. It is so I would like to now announce that Ms. Alva Prieto is a new member of our Executive Committee, and I see no objections. Is she in the house for her to stand? And okay, she's not in the house, but she's around. I have met her personally. So we congratulate her and wish her all the best as we welcome her to our Executive Committee. Also, members, you might have heard that she comes from Peru, and we have just made a decision prior to this announcement that Peru is now out of the list of countries that will be under scrutiny or monitoring by IPU. So thank you so much. And that said, we will now go to item 16 of our agenda, which is the Crema Prize. And on this one, colleagues, we are suggesting to you as the ExCom a few things, and those things are all related to the amendments. So, colleagues, the Executive Committee has been briefed on the work of the selection board of the Crema Prize, of which I chair. And this, the Executive Committee took note of its deliberations relating to the winner of the prize for this year, which has gone to Chad, and they were very happy, and we are all very satisfied. the award ceremony which took place yesterday, and all of you were here. The Executive Committee also received a draft proposal amendments to the prize rules to help smoothen the process for future editions of the prize. The Executive Committee endorsed the amendments detailed in the document which has been circulated, which is referenced as CL/214/16-P.1 in your file, and recommended them for approval by the Governing Council. And you remember yesterday I mentioned one of the things that is included in the rules is that the geopolitical groups will now be bringing 2 nominations, 1 woman, 1 man. So, colleagues, do I take it that we approve the amendment to the Crema policy rules? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Colleagues, bear with us for 1 minute. We are trying to cross-check something, and then we will continue shortly.
Reports of the activities of committees.
Colleagues, we are done with item 16 of our agenda. We were supposed to be going to the item 17 of our agenda, which is the IPU task force on the special resolution on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. But we are going to take this last after our other agendas, after our other items. So we go to item 18, activities of committees and other bodies. And on this one, dear colleagues, we are going to hear the reports of different committees. And we will begin with the committee on the human rights of parliamentarians. Human rights of parliamentarians, and this is led by...
She's not around?
You see?
Where is she? Huh? Bathroom? Okay,
She's coming.
let's see. Oh, she's
What do
there.
you mean she's not around?
No.
Okay, the chair of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians is coming, but at the same time we are going to have a report from the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. We will also listen from the Forum of Young Parliamentarians and the Committee on Middle East Questions. So those ones who are going to follow, please come take seats in front so that we don't take much time to wait as you come down, and then the other committees will follow. So, okay, so I welcome Honorable Odhiambo. I welcome Honorable Odhiambo to come and present the report on behalf of her committee. Madam President of the committee, you have the floor.
Madam President, dear parliamentary colleagues, I have the honor to present to you the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians on the session we held in Geneva. As usual, I will present the cases in alphabetical order, starting with Bangladesh. Dear colleagues, our committee has received extremely worrying information on the situation of Mr. Saber Chowdhury, Honorary President of the IPU. He was arrested and subsequently released on bail a few days ago. He is currently facing multiple charges that appear to be politically motivated. He sustained injuries at the hands of protesters when he appeared in court and is currently receiving treatment in hospital. There are serious concerns regarding his safety and his right to a fair trial. The IPU has been engaging with the interim government of Bangladesh to seek guarantees for the rights of our colleague and former president, and we call on the authorities to find speedy and satisfactory solution. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on page 1 of the English and French versions, respectively. Madam President.
Thank you so much, Madam President. So, colleagues, do we adopt the decision that has been put across to us by our committee in respect of Bangladesh? Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Madam President, I move to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The committee examined 3 cases concerning the Democratic Republic of the Congo, one of which was new. I would like to thank the Congolese delegation for the information provided at the hearing before the committee and for its willingness to host and facilitate a mission to the DRC. The committee examined the case of Mr. Cherubin Okende, an opposition member of parliament who was found dead in his car. The committee took note of the information shared by the delegation concerning the judicial investigation. Nevertheless, the committee would like to receive a copy of the investigation report and hopes to be able to gain access to it once in the DRC as part of its mission. The committee also examined the case of Mr. Kabund, another opposition member of parliament who was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for criticizing the head of state. The committee hopes to meet him in detention during its next mission to the DRC to find a satisfactory settlement of this case. Lastly, the committee examined the new case of several members of parliament whose parliamentary mandate was initially validated by the Constitutional Court, then invalidated by the same court a few weeks later. The committee regretted the recurrence of cases of this kind in the DRC and call on the authorities to carry out appropriate legislative and constitutional reforms to put an end to the occurrence of such violations. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 4 to 10 and 27 to 34 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, do we adopt the decision as proposed by our committee, which are contained on pages 4 to 10 and 27 to 34 of the English and French versions, respectively? It is so decided. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll move to Eswatini. Our committee is concerned about the situation of Mr. Mabuza and Mr. Dube, who were detained in July 2021 in the aftermath of protests calling for the democratic reforms in Eswatini. Last year, the judge in the case found them guilty, but reserved sentencing. In July this year, they were sentenced to prison terms of 25 and 18 years. The IPU trial observer and our committee failed to see how these men could have been convicted on the charges of terrorism, sedition, and murder when all they did was express concern about the state of democracy in Eswatini, call for constitutional changes, and for the people of Eswatini to be allowed to convey their concerns and wishes directly to their members of parliament. At no point did Mr. Mabuza or Mr. Dube advocate for the use of violence or commit any violent acts. We therefore hope that the appeals court would critically review the lower court's verdict. We understand that the IPU Secretary General had a very constructive meeting during this assembly with the President of the Senate of Eswatini, and that they discussed a possible visit to Eswatini by the IPU Secretary General to discuss different issues of mutual interest, including the case of Mr. Mabuza and Mr. Dube. We hope that this visit can soon take place. We also hope that the authorities will allow a small committee delegation to travel to Eswatini and meet with both men in detention. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 14 and 4 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt the the draft decision that has been proposed to us on pages 14 and 4th and the 4th page of the English and French versions, respectively. It is so decided. Sorry?
Thank you.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, Madam President. Hold on. Which country? Eswatini. Please request the floor. President of the Senate of Eswatini, you have the floor.
Madam President.
Sorry. Madam President, you can have a seat in the meantime, if you want.
Madam President, we take note of the report and are grateful for the fruitful ongoing dialogue between the IPU and Eswatini. We appreciate the IPU's readiness to provide support for ongoing efforts to implement the recommendations that arose from the national dialogue, and I confirm that we have extended an invitation to the Secretary General to visit the Kingdom and look forward to fruitful deliberations. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. So we continue because I had already banged the thing here. So
thank you,
Madam President. Yes,
thank you, Madam President. I'll move to Guinea-Bissau. The committee examined the collective case in Guinea-Bissau of 4 parliamentarians, including the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Domingos Simoes Pereira, who has been prevented from traveling to Geneva to attend the 149th IPU Assembly. A parliamentary delegation has nevertheless been able to represent him, and I would like to thank its members for the information provided during their hearing with the committee. The committee deplores the new alleged violations suffered by the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Pereira, including the arbitrary invalidation of his parliamentary mandate and position as Speaker, the violation of his right to freedom of expression, assembly, and movement, and the alleged blocking of his future candidates in the legislative elections for purely political reasons. The committee denounces these violations and urges the authorities in Guinea-Bissau to take all necessary steps to end the abuse inflicted on Mr. Pereira and to refrain from instrumentalizing the justice system with the aim of removing him from political life. It also urges the authorities to ensure that the violations suffered by all the members of Parliament included in the case are properly investigated. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 18 and 8 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, we accept the draft decision we adopt the draft decision on pages 18 and 8 of the English and French versions respectively. It is so decided. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll move to Nicaragua. The committee examined for the first time and declared admissible the case of Mr. Brooklyn Rivera Bryan and MS Nancy Elizabeth Enriquez James. Mr. Rivera's whereabouts have remained unknown since his arrest by state agents in September 2023, and MS Henriquez is currently in prison. Both are opposition parliamentarians and indigenous leaders. Today we have with us MS Tininiska Rivera Bryan, the daughter of our Nicaraguan colleague Brooklyn Rivera. She has a message for us. Madam President, I kindly request that you allow MS Rivera to address the Council from the podium.
Ms. Tininiska Rivera, please, you have the floor. You can address the Governing Council. Madam President, you can either stand with her or have a seat, whichever suits you. Okay, Ms. Rivera, you have the floor.
Buenos días, me llamo Tininiska Rivera Castellón. Soy hija del líder indígena de la costa caribe norte de Nicaragua, Brooklyn Rivera Bryan. Mi padre es un líder destacado de la historia nicaragüense y de la región de la Mosquitia. Ha dedicado su vida a defender los derechos y la autonomía de los pueblos indígenas misquitos y de los pueblos indígenas y comunidades afrodescendientes de Nicaragua. Su vida parlamentaria inició en el año 2007 a través de la Alianza Electoral. Fue elegido como diputado en la Asamblea Nacional de Nicaragua. Desde su posición como diputado, promovió los derechos de los pueblos indígenas y en particular las acciones de titulación de nuestros territorios para proteger las tierras ancestrales. En el 2015, una mayoría de los diputados leales a Daniel Ortega en el Parlamento despojó ilegalmente a mi padre de su cargo de diputado ante la Asamblea Nacional nicaragüense. En el año 2016 fue electo nuevamente por su pueblo como diputado independiente de la región de la Costa Caribe Norte, desde donde continuó su lucha por la defensa de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas como representante del Partido Indígena Yátama. La última participación de mi padre en espacios internacionales se realizó en abril del 2023 durante la sesión anual del Foro Permanente sobre las Cuestiones Indígenas de las Naciones Unidas. Tras su participación en el foro, se le impidió el regreso al país, por lo cual tuvo que entrar en Nicaragua de forma ilegal. El 29 de septiembre del 2023, las fuerzas policiales lo detuvieron arbitrariamente en su casa de habitación en Vilo y Portocabeza. En represalia, el gobierno de Nicaragua canceló sin un debido proceso la personería jurídica de Yátama, cerró 2 radios comunitarias y confiscó las oficinas del partido. Desde ese entonces, mi padre se encuentra en condición de desaparición forzada y las autoridades del país no han indicado dónde se encuentra y cuál es su estado de salud, y tampoco han publicado bajo qué cargo ha sido detenido. Nosotros, sus familiares, quienes hemos sufrido amenazas, acoso y persecución por parte de las autoridades policiales del país, hemos reclamado la protección de los derechos humanos de mi padre ante el sistema judicial nicaragüense sin efecto alguno. También hemos recurrido al Sistema Interamericano de Derechos Humanos. Otorgó la Comisión Interamericana medidas cautelares al no ser cumplido por el Estado, escalando a medidas provisionales otorgadas por la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos en febrero del 2024, a favor de mi padre y su familia, requiriendo al Estado de Nicaragua que informe de manera oficial el lugar y la condición de su detención y de forma inmediata proceda a su liberación y adopte las medidas necesarias para proteger eficazmente su vida, integridad personal, salud y libertad personal. El acoso hacia mí fue constante desde el mes de mayo del 2023, cuando mi padre entró al país. En septiembre del 2023 perdí todo, mi trabajo, mi casa, y estudiaba cuarto año de Derecho. Todo lo he dejado por mi padre y decidí salir para denunciar su detención arbitraria y desaparición. Pido a todos los parlamentarios del mundo que tomen acciones concretas en el caso de mi padre para que las autoridades del gobierno de Nicaragua den prueba de vida de mi padre e información de su paradero, su estado de salud y se una a las voces que ya exigen su liberación inmediata. Es de suma importancia que todos los parlamentos de los diferentes países cooperen con la Unión Interparlamentaria y con las demás organizaciones internacionales que siguen el caso de mi padre, para que se esclarezca su situación y las demás personas presas políticas o de desaparición forzada en Nicaragua. Finalmente, demando la liberación de todas las personas privadas arbitrariamente de su libertad por motivos políticos en mi país. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rivera, for sharing us that very important information for us, but we are also concerned about what is happening, and we shall do all that it takes to assist within our capacity. Madam President,
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Rivera, for sharing your testimony and calling for parliamentary solidarity in support of your father. I would like to express our full commitment for you and your family at this difficult time. The Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians is committed to doing everything in its power to help you find your father as soon as possible. We stand in solidarity with our colleague who is currently missing. Dear colleagues, in our decision, among other issues, we have made clear that the Nicaraguan authorities have an obligation to spare no effort to shed light on the fate of Mr. Rivera, and that they should start the search immediately and expeditiously. Regarding Ms. Hernandez, we are deeply concerned about her continued detention, the lack of access to medical treatment in prison despite her chronic health conditions, and the reported violations of her right to a fair trial. The committee wishes to urgently send a delegation to Nicaragua to visit Ms. Hernandez in prison and meet with all relevant authorities who can assist in resolving these two cases. We sincerely hope that the National Assembly of Nicaragua will fully cooperate in this regard. We call on the global parliamentary community present in this room today and those following us from a distance to take action in solidarity with our colleagues in Nicaragua. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 23 and 13 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, sorry?
She has been raising her hand.
United Kingdom? Karen Bradley, you have the floor. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. As she can't be here, Baroness Gloria Hooper, who is familiar to many in this room and a good friend to many in this room, wanted it to be known that she is taking a very keen interest in this case and is making sure that this is something that the UK Parliament is well aware of and fully supports the decision taken.
Thank you very much. United Kingdom. Sorry. Thank you so much, United Kingdom. So now, colleagues, do we adopt the draft decision presented to us by the committee on pages 23 and 13 of the English and French versions, respectively? Thank you very much. It is so decided. Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move to Pakistan. Our committee is ever more concerned about the deteriorating situation of Mr. Imran Khan and his colleagues who were detained in May 2023 and who have been subjected to ill treatment and inhuman conditions of detention, including the use of solitary confinement. In June 2024, the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention found that the detention of Mr. Khan was arbitrary and called for his immediate release with full compensation. That same body identified numerous violations of Mr. Khan's right to a fair trial, as highlighted by this committee in the past. The committee deplores that the authorities have not freed Mr. Khan and his colleague, Senator Chaudhary, who was among us in IPU assemblies only recently. We call on the Pakistani authorities to free them immediately and to ensure that all their rights are respected, which requires stronger action to restore due process, accountability, and the rule of law in the country. The committee hopes to be able to go to Pakistan to meet all parties and make progress towards a resolution of the growing number of cases in the country. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 26 and 16 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, do we wish to adopt the draft decision on pages 26 and 16 of the English and French versions, respectively? It is so decided. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move to the Philippines. The committee is presenting to you two draft decisions. Let me start with positive news. Former Senator De Lima has finally been acquitted on the last charge. The committee has therefore decided to close any further examination of her situation. At the same time, we are deeply concerned that Ms. De Lima spent over 6 years in detention as a result of trial proceedings, which from the start showed that there was in fact no legal evidence against her. Indeed, a full analysis of Ms. De Lima's legal proceedings shows convincingly that she was charged in response to her criticism of former President Duterte. Turning to the second case with regard to Ms. Castro, a current parliamentarian, the latest concern is that she was convicted and sentenced at first instance in July this year for her involvement in what appears to be a legitimate rescue operation. The initiative aimed to bring to safety a group of indigenous students who risk getting caught up in the crossfire of military and paramilitary and rebel groups in Mindanao. We will send a trial observer to the appeal proceedings and trust that the Court of Appeals will give due consideration to all the information presented by the prosecution and the defense. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 30 and 33 and 21 and 24 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, do we adopt the draft decision on pages 30 and 33 and 21 and 24 of the English and French versions, respectively? It is so decided. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move to Thailand. Our committee has received a new complaint from the members of the Move Forward Party, the largest party elected to the Thai parliament last May. In August of this year, the party was dissolved over a motion to discuss an amendment to the heavy penalties for breaking the lèse-majesté law, while 143 members of parliament have lost their party, 6 of its leaders have lost their seats and were stripped of their political rights for 10 years. While we thank the Thai delegation here present for the information they gave us in a hearing, the committee fails to understand how a legislative motion to amend a law can be construed as an attempt to overthrow the monarchy. The United Nations treaty bodies are of the view that Thailand's lèse-majesté law must be reviewed to comply with Thailand's human rights obligations. The members of parliament in this case were punished for attempting to achieve just that. Some 44 members of the MFF party may yet lose their political rights for life in a separate process over similar accusations. Another MFF member of parliament has already been sentenced under the less majors law. We firmly believe that it is time to review the relevant Thai laws to assign them with international standards. It is the only way to ensure that this is not repeated. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 36 and 33 of the English and French versions, respectively.
It's only Thailand, right? Thailand, you have requested, please request the floor by placing the, okay.
Madam President,
Thailand, you have the floor.
allow me to respond to the committee's decision regarding Thailand. As a sovereign nation and a parliamentary democracy with a constitutional monarchy at the head of the state, Thailand has long adhered to democratic values and reiterated its commitments to the rule of law and an international human rights standards, including its obligation as a party to ICCPR. The decision to dissolve political parties falls within the exclusive power of the Constitutional Court, which operates under the provision of the Constitution. As Thailand follows the principle of separation of power, the judiciary decisions are free from any interference of legislative branch. The National Assembly of Thailand, which represents legislative power of this country, is not under any circumstance in a position to encroach on jurisdiction of the Constitutional Court, which exercises its power independently under the Constitution. The fundamental political rights and freedom of expression are clearly guaranteed by the Thai Constitution. These rights include participation in public affairs and discussion, including discussion about various aspects related to the monarchy, so long as exercise such right is within the bounds of the established law of the land. This is in line with the Article 19, Section 3 of the ICCPR, which states that the right of freedom of expression carry its duty and responsibilities, particularly in relations to the reputation of others and to the protection of the public order and national security. Like many countries, with or without monarchy, the law to protect the head of states are common and necessary. And for Thailand's case, the institution of monarchy has been for centuries one of the main pillars of the nation, the very heart and soul of the Thai people since the birth of our nation. Section 112 of the Thai Criminal Code is not solely meant to protect the monarchy. In the same way, defamation law does for individual citizens. Therefore, the law is also intended to uphold public order and national security. In response to public demands that the revised constitution will help fulfilling the aspiration of the Thai society, the amendment of the constitution is now underway in the parliamentary process, aiming towards the future of national referendum for more stable and sustainable democratic governance and benefit of the Thai people. Thank you.
Colleagues, as per our usual practice, what we are going to do at the moment is to note the submission that has been brought forward by Thailand. But on that note, I would like now to ask you, members of the Governing Council, if we adopt the draft decision on pages 36 and 33 of the English and French versions, respectively. It is so decided. Thank you very much. Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. I will move to Tunisia. The committee also examined the case of MS Abir Moussi and several other former Tunisian members of parliament included in a collective case. I would first like to thank the Tunisian delegation for exchanging views with the committee on these cases. Concerning the case of MS Abir Moussi, the committee deplored MS Moussi's sentencing for criticizing the legislative election process, which comes after she had spent more than 10 months in pre-trial detention. The committee calls on the authorities to release her and drop the charges against her. With regard to the collective case, the committee reiterated its concern at the continued detention of several former members of parliament and at the referral to the military courts of the cases of 9 of them. The committee calls on the authorities to drop the charges against any former member of parliament prosecuted for expressing their opposition to the President of the Republic. The committee regrets that the meeting with the delegation did not result in it receiving detailed information on the cases of the former members of parliament, and therefore calls on the parliamentary authorities to take an interest in these cases as a matter of parliamentary solidarity and to provide the committee with the information it requires while respecting the principle of separation of powers in Tunisia. The committee sincerely hopes that the Tunisian authorities will facilitate and welcome a committee mission to Tunisia in the near future in order to find satisfactory solutions to all the cases under examination. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 41 and 45 and 43 and 47 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Tunisia, you have requested the floor. You have the floor.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. في البداية حبيت أن أعبر على موقف مجلس نواب الشعب من هذا التقرير، حيث أن مجلس نواب الشعب على استعداد للتواصل مع الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي وبحث كل القضايا ذات الاهتمام المشترك في إطار ما يجمعنا من علاقات تاريخية وتعاون متين. كما أن الاهتمام بالأعمال التي تقوم بها لجنة حقوق الإنسان البرلمانيين تبين أن المجلس لا يملك المعطيات حول ما عبرت عنها اللجنة من تساؤلات بشأن وضعية عدد من النواب السابقين، باعتبار أن القضايا المنشورة ضدهم من أنظار القضاء ومشمولة بمبدأ سرية التحقيق ضمانا لحسن سير الأبحاث وحماية المعطيات الشخصية. كما يتعذر على المجلس التدخل في مشمولات الوظيفة القضائية التزاما بمبدأ الدستوري القاضي بالفصل بين الوظائف التشريعية والتنفيذية والقضائية وإرساء توازن حقيقي بينها، واحتراما لاستقلال الوظيفة القضائية التي يباشرها قضاة لا سلطان عليهم في مهامهم غير القانون ويعملون وفقا للمعايير الدولية. كما أن المحاكمات تجري في كنف احترام قواعد الإجراءات الجنائية مثل التقاضي على درجتين والمحاكمة الوجهية واحترام حق الدفاع والعلنية، حتى أن المحامين والجمعيات العاملة في المجال الحقوقي ينظمون ندوات صحفية بكل حرية للاطلاع على الرأي العام بتطورات القضايا. كما أن المجلس ليس بحوزته معلومات رسمية حول القضايا المنشورة ضد الأعضاء السابقين باعتبارهم من صلاحيات الوظيفة القضائية وفقا لمبدأ الفصل بين السلطات الوارد بأحكام دستور الجمهورية التونسية. وللتوضيح فإن الادعاءات التي يروجها البعض بوجود تتبعات عدلية ضد عدد من النواب السابقين على خلفيات سياسية عارية من الصحة، وأن الأمر لا يعد أن يكون إلا تطبيقا للنصوص القانونية الجاري بها العمل على جميع المواطنين على قدم المساواة، خاصة وأن العمل السياسي لم يعد يوفر حصانة للخارجين عن القانون كما كان الشأن في السابق. المجلس حاليا عاقد العزم على المضي قدما في ترسيخ المسار الانتقال الديمقراطي دون رجعة ودعم ركائز دولة القانون والمؤسسات التي تراعي الخصوصيات الحضارية والسياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية للشعب التونسي وتضمن سيادته الوطنية، مع الإشارة وأن وزارة العدل هي من مشمولاتها فقط إعداد وتطبيق السياسة القضائية والنهوض بحقوق الإنسان بمختلف جوانبها والسهر على دعمها من خلال متابعة نشاط المنظمات الدولية في هذا المجال. وشكرا على استماعكم. شكرا. ما حبيتش نقول بس نزيد نشعل النار.
Thank you so much, Tunisia. Thank you so much, Tunisia. As our practice, we note what Tunisia has raised, and now I would like to ask you members if we adopt the draft decision on pages 41 and 45 and 43 and 47 of the English and French versions respectively. It is so decided. Thank you very much, Madam President.
And Madam President, I'll now move to Venezuela. The committee has been following the situation of more than 100 former parliamentarians in Venezuela for several years. We strongly condemn the fact that Ms. Maria Corina Machado was prevented from standing as a candidate in the presidential elections held on the 28th of July 2024 because of a procedure that did not allow her to exercise her right of defense. We believe that recent events should be seen as a continuation of actions by state institutions to restrict Ms. Machado's political rights, which began when she was a prominent opposition member of parliament. With regard to the collective case, the committee reiterates its long-standing position that the issues involved in the present case are part of a wider complex situation in Venezuela. We reiterate the IPU's willingness to support all efforts to strengthen democracy in Venezuela. We invite the Venezuelan authorities to provide further information on how the IPU can best assist and to respond to our request for information on the specific issues relating to the individual situations. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 50 and 53 and 52 and 55 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, do we adopt the draft decision on pages 50 and 53 and 52 and 55 of the English and French versions, respectively? It is so decided. Thank you very much.
Madam President, dear colleagues from around the world, as you know, the cases I've referred to here are only some of the numerous cases before our committee. In view of the record-growing number of cases, we can see that being a parliamentarian can be truly dangerous. Unfortunately, this trend is apparent in all the regions of the world. We count on your support to help our colleagues under threat. I also seize this opportunity to inform you that the IPU and UNESCO have developed a course on freedom of expression for parliamentarians and their members. This self-paced course is an opportunity for members of parliament to develop their skills and capacity to protect and promote freedom of expression. It will be available from the 28th October, and I encourage all of you to register and take the course. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam President of our committee, which is very dear to us because it's looking at our membership. We really appreciate the good work, but also we appreciate the good work of the entire committee. That said, colleagues, we have adopted a number of decisions that have been presented by the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. So we consider all those, much as I asked you on individual countries. Sorry?
Is it on this side?
I don't know. Is it in respect of this decision? Okay. Okay, while you're taking the, while I'm giving you the floor, the decisions have already been taken.
Absolutely.
I was just summarizing. Turkey, you have the floor.
Madam President, thank you so much. Thank you, the Executive Committee, and also thank you to the team, the Committee on the Rights of the Parliamentarians. I really appreciate their work. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Ceylan Akça. I'm a member of an opposition party with the Turkish delegation. I come with the party People's Equality and Democracy Party. In the last 6-7 months, my party had to change several acronyms because the ruling bloc has been imposing some trumped-up reasons on my party and our predecessors. As you know, there are several cases that the committee is following in regards to Turkey, and one of them was Kobani case. The reason I wanted to take the floor and talk about this case is that this case will be used as an excuse to ban a political party from politics, to remove it from politics, but also ban about more than 400 politicians from politics for at least 5 years. And these include former and current members of parliament. With the Kobani case, that was in the committee's radar. We were expecting the committee to send a rapporteur to follow it, but unfortunately we did not see them at the courtroom. And in that conclusion, in that trial, 15 of them were slapped with decades of prison sentences, including co-leaders of my sister party. And just to create a causality link to close a political party. Now, why am I speaking here? Because the eyes were somewhere else. The crackdown on MPs is continuing. Because not so far from here, my other colleagues, they are not politicians, but they are asylum seekers now. They are on IPU's list. They became part of that list as MPs, but now they are asylum seekers not far from Geneva. So I understand that my delegation will take the floor to make a defense, and they will accuse us of terrorism, but let me say that the difference between a normal Kurd and a terrorist Kurd is one that is involved in politics. Thank you.
Colleagues, much as the decision has been taken, but in our rules of procedure, colleagues are allowed to take the floor. So, but we are limited in terms of time, so it's 2 minutes. So now I will give the floor to another colleague from Turkey. You have the floor. Asmin. Turkey, you have the floor. You will be followed by Denmark.
It's okay. Sayın Başkan, değerli katılımcılar, söz konusu ajandada Türkiye yer almadığı halde biz niye gündeme getirildik bunu anlamış değilim. Ancak elbette ki cevap hakkımızı kullanmak istiyorum. Sözlerime başlamadan önce ben bir Kürdüm ve Türkiye'de yaşıyorum. 2 Kürt çocuğun da annesiyim. Sayın Başkan, insan haklarının geliştirilmesi ve korunması ile demokrasinin daha ileri bir düzeye taşınmasını Türkiye'nin önceliklerinden biridir. Bu anlamda milletvekillerinin özgürce, hiçbir engelle karşılaşmadan ve yersiz hukuki takiplerden uzak bir biçimde siyasi faaliyetlerini sürdürmelerinin önemi tartışmasızdır. Ancak bir gerçeği de burada tekrar hatırlatmak isterim. Milletvekilliği hiç kimseye suç işleme imtiyazı vermez. Yasama faaliyetlerinin devamlılığını sağlamak için getirilen dokunulmazlıklar da suç soruşturmasından kanun önünde yeri geldiğinde hesap vermekten bir muafiyet sağlamaz. Bu çerçevede maalesef ülkemizde 40.000'den fazla insanı katleden, bugün ABD ve Avrupa Birliği başta olmak üzere pek çok ülkede terör örgütü olarak kabul edilen PKK terör örgütüyle organik bağ bulunan milletvekiller bulunmaktadır. Bu konuda pek çok somut delil bulunmaktadır. Bu milletvekillerinden bazılarının dağlarda teröristlerle çekilmiş fotoğraflarından tutun da örgüt liderlerinden aldıkları talimat üzerine şehirlerde onlarca masum insanın ölümüne neden neden olan ayaklanmalar çıkarmalarına kadar gerçekleştirdikleri vahim eylemler ülkemizde herkesin malumudur. Dolayısıyla ülkemizde terör ve şiddetle arasına mesafe koymayan, terör örgütleriyle organik bağ kuran bu milletvekilleri hakkında çeşitli davalar bulunmaktadır. Bu davalarda ortaya çıkan ve kamuoyuna yansıyan deliller PKK ile milletvekilleri arasındaki bağı açıkça ortaya koymaktadır. Bu anlamda vefat eden ya da haklarında beraat ya da tahliye kararı verilen ondan fazla kişiye ilişkin dosyanın gündemden düşürülmesi gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. Bugün özgürce tüm siyasi faaliyetlerine devam eden, hatta meclis başkan vekili olup bugün meclis oturumlarını yöneten milletvekillerine ilişkin dosyalar bile bulunmaktadır. Bu dosyaların güncellenmemesini açıkçası tuhaf bulmaktayız. Bu gerçekleri görmezden gelerek tek taraflı ve temelsiz açıklamalar yapılmasını kabul etmemiz mümkün değildir. Halkın temsilcileri olan bizler, masum sivilleri hedef alan ve toplumsal huzurunu tehdit eden terör örgütleri ve onların her türlü uzantısıyla mücadelede birlikte olmalıyız. Bu bağlamda yegane ve evrensel parlamenter formu olan PAP ve organların çalışmalarını yapıcı bir ruhla tarafsız ve pozitivize edilmeden sürdürmesini arz ediyoruz. Teşekkür ederim.
Colleagues, we will get back to the matters that have been raised, but I'll give the floor to Denmark. Denmark, you requested the floor. Okay. Please
Thank you, Mrs. President. First of all, I want to congratulate the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians with their very, very good work. Concerning Turkey, we have earlier have decisions on the country, and I just want to make sure that there is a follow-up on this. So it's a question for Mrs. President or for the committee, that the earlier report where we decided that there should be a follow-up, that they are followed up, so we have the possibility to discuss it at a later stage. Thank you.
Colleagues, in response to what our colleagues from Turkey have said, I think Denmark has given us literally a summary of what should be done. This is the cases that are presented here, like the president of the committee said, is a summary, but there are more cases. And at IPU, we have 769 cases in different countries. So this is a summary just to keep abreast the members of the Governing Council to know that the IPU is following up on the human rights of parliamentarians. So that is the intention. But there are so many cases that the IPU is following up, including those now that our colleague from Turkey just raised, that there are some members of parliament who are going through difficulties in Turkey. So our committee will be looking into that, and those that are already within the docket of the information, it's like what Denmark said. But our other colleague from Turkey again raised the issue that Turkey is not part of the agenda. Why are we discussing it? There are so many countries that could raise up the matters and for our attention. So it's not wrong for somebody to bring up this issue, especially if they know anywhere that there are parliamentarians who are in peril. So it's in that context. But colleagues, before I was asked the floor, I was informing you that we have generally adopted the report that have been presented to us, and so are the decisions that are contained in this report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. So I will not be giving it back for you to decide, because you have already decided on each case. Thank you very much. So we have adopted all the decisions. Now, colleagues, after those few interventions, we will now elect 3 members of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians to replace Mr. Kogolati from Belgium, also replace Mr. Hussein Said from Pakistan, and Ms. Reynoso from Mexico. Colleagues, I wish to remind you that the members of the committee, of this committee, are elected in their individual capacity on the basis of their competence, commitment to human rights and availability, and not as representatives of the parliament or geopolitical groups. We received 10, but now one has already withdrawn. So we have 9 candidates from now who meet the criteria for membership or the requirement for membership to this committee. They completed the forms that were available and as required by us. So I am hoping that since these documents were also available to you, members of the council, you have been able to look through. And so the composition, I would like to remind you before we go into voting, the composition of this committee should reflect an equitable geopolitical distribution of seats without stipulating exactly what actually this means, in the sense that much as we don't elect on the basis of the we don't elect them from their geopolitical groups, but it is important because IPU has 6 geopolitical groups. We have to take into account that this committee, this important committee, needs that distribution. You are electing members on the basis of their ability and competence, but you also have to take into account this issue of having different geopolitical groups. So we have 3 members from Africa geopolitical group, and we have 3. Now there will be 2 from 12 plus instead of 3.
These are the ones that
yeah, because now one has already, yeah, so we have some from 12 plus, and then we have 1 member from Latin America and the Caribbean. So now 2 instead of 1, it's 1 here. Okay, so colleagues, currently on this committee, there are 3 members from Africa. There are 3 from the 12 plus group, and there is only 1 member from Latin America, and we don't have any from the Caribbean. We don't have any from the Asia Pacific region. So we kindly request you to take this into account when we are doing elections. Okay, and you might also want to note, generally this body is composed of 10 parliamentarians in total. So we are electing 3 today. Sorry? Can I finish explaining first, Argentina? Okay. The Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians has 10 parliamentarians. There have never been 2 members on the committee from the same parliament. We have never had that experience. I'm giving you this information because we have received candidates. We have received 3 candidates, but 1 of them has withdrawn from the Maldives. So much as you will have the names, the 2 names from Maldives, we'll request that you choose 1 from this country if you wish to, but you can't elect 2 from the same parliament. This means that we will be able to, when we count the votes, in the event that the 2 candidates from Maldives, all of them receive the highest numbers, we will take just 1 with the highest numbers and then leave the others. That's how it's going to work. So according to its rules, meaning the rules of this committee, it should also be gender balanced, and in principle it should comprise of 5 men and 5 women. In any case, there shall be no fewer than 4 members of either sex. So even if it's not 5-5, but at least 4 should be from the other gender. So the gender requirement entails that no more than 2 of the 3 new members will be women. Therefore, it turns out that 3 female candidates have obtained the most votes. The 2 female candidates with the highest number of votes will be considered elected, followed by the male candidate with the highest number of votes. So with this information, colleagues, on the equitable distribution of seats, the issue of multiple candidates from the same parliament, and the question of gender balance, I now turn to the 9 candidates we have received by the established deadline. So we have okay. Okay, so we are going to give literally a minute to each one of them, and 90 seconds.
A clarification point.
Okay, I'm coming back to you, you say? Okay, so I'll come back to you, Argentina. So I am informed some of the candidates are here, and we will listen to them for a minute, for 90 seconds. So 1 minute and a half. And then those who are not here, some of them have sent in videos. So we will listen also to the videos for 1 minute and a half. So Argentina, you have the floor. Please request to speak. Argentina? Please press. Okay. Go ahead, Argentina.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President. Clarification point, you say there is a single candidate for Latin America. As long as I know, there were 2 candidates. I wish to know who is the remaining candidate and why the other one was excluded. That's it.
Okay, colleagues, maybe I wasn't as, oh, Netherlands, okay, I'll give you the chance. Let me respond to the issue raised by Argentina. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't explain myself clearly, but currently there is 1 member on the committee that comes from GRULAC, 1. But on the list of candidates, there are 2. Argentina, you have understood? There are 2 candidates from GRULAC for these positions that we are going to elect today. But currently on the committee, there is 1. So we were referring to the one that is already there. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So the Netherlands, you, okay, sorry, just a second.
Thank you very much,
You have
Madam
the
President.
floor. Yes.
Thank you so much. Just to get some clarification, the level of information is growing, but first you mentioned instead of 10, we only have 9 candidates. Then it was more or less revealed that one of the candidates who withdrew came from the Maldives. And the last point I would like to know, which of the candidates withdrew, so we can make up our voting list. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So I was going to read the list, then I was requested the to give some clarity. So I'm going to do that, the Netherlands. The candidate who has withdrawn is Ms. Rashid. Ms. A. Rashid. Okay. So we have 9 candidates in total. Now we will go to Mr. Nassim, member of the People's Majlis of Maldives. You have 1 minute and a half. It's a video? Okay, I'm told it's a video. Please play the video.
A very good morning to you, the Governing Council. I'm Mikhail Nassim, a 2-term MP from the Maldives. I have a background in human rights and politics from the University of Cambridge, and I have been in active politics for over a decade. My first introduction to the IPU Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians was when I worked with the Maldivian Democratic Party to lodge cases regarding political persecutions against opposition MPs in the Maldives from 2014 to 2019. So I'm familiar with the committee's role in the general decision-making processes. The last 5 years alone in the People's Majlis has given me first-hand exposure to various forms of violence against MPs, including the assassination attempt against the former Speaker Nasheed in 2021 and violent state-sponsored mobs surrounding the Parliament premises just earlier this year. I myself was placed on a national security watch list for MPs under imminent threat in 2019 for voicing out against violent radicalization. And if elected to the esteemed committee, I will bring with me the knowledge of patterns of violence and persecution against MPs within South Asia, and being a member of several parliamentary friendship groups in the region, I am equipped with the network that might make the committee's work easier within the region. Furthermore, I intend to take the opportunity to enhance the ongoing significant work of the committee by proposing a plan for an awareness campaign targeting new MPs who may not be as familiar with the committee's work. I believe this would increase engagement and provide even more access to those MPs undergoing various forms of persecution worldwide. I sincerely hope that I can count on your vote.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from Mr. Nizar, also from Maldives. Is he in the room? We don't have the video for Mr. Nizar. Is he in the room? Where is Nizar? Maldives, where is Nizar? He's not here. Okay, so it's not here, but colleagues, you probably have already looked at the CV, so you can still make a decision on the basis of that. So now we go to Ms. Akora Odonga. This is the video. Akora Odonga, Member of Parliament from Uganda. Can we see the video?
My name is Achora Nancy Odonga, a Member of Parliament of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, and I bring you greetings from the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. I am a candidate for the position on the Human Rights of Parliamentarian. I would have loved to be with you physically in Geneva right now, but because of duty bound back home here at the National Parliament, I couldn't come physically. I know this position comes with a lot of responsibility, and I also know that the international human rights are anchored on the conventions, which are the essential agreements that promote and protect the human rights globally. And in my capacity as a Member of Parliament, I am committed to uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and also the IPU treaties. Therefore, I believe that I am duty-bound and I can play a very significant role to find solutions and contribute to the process that will make a world the better place. Together with you, we can do this. And I want to pray that you will entrust me with this position during this 149 Assembly. I am also very ready to take up this responsibility as soon as my nomination it is seconded today at the closing ceremony. Thank you. I wish all of you a safe journey back home to your country. I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you. Now we go to Ms. Brosas from the Philippines. Is in the room? No, video also. Okay. Video, Brosas?
Good day.
honorable members of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. I am Arlene Brosas, an incumbent member of the House of Representatives in the Philippines, representing the marginalized women in our country. I am also a board member of the ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights. As an educator, child rights advocate, and parliamentarian, I have been advocating for the protection of human rights for more than 2 decades. I continue to advocate for the protection of human rights through my mandate as a parliamentarian. I have consistently championed the human rights of women and other marginalized and oppressed sectors, the peasants, urban poor, and workers. My efforts include legislative initiatives aimed at promoting equality, protecting human rights, and addressing issues of exploitation and violence. Currently, a member of the Committee on Human Rights, I filed several bills and resolutions aimed at advancing and protecting the human rights of various marginalized sectors. I am one of the principal authors of the Human Rights Defender Protection Bill. As a parliamentarian at risk, especially under the administration of previous Philippine president, I have experienced firsthand how human rights attacks against parliamentarians impede us from carrying out our mandate. Despite facing numerous attacks, including from various government institutions, I remain steadfast in my commitment to serve the people, stand strong against these adversities, and advocate for human rights. This led me to work more on developing strong human rights foundations to ensure that legislators, activists, and defenders are protected while carrying out our vital work. Once again, I am Arlene Brosas, a staunch human rights advocate.
Thank you very much. Now we have been informed in Nizar from Maldives also we have a video. Please put it forward. Nizar?
It's not yet available because it's on it.
Okay, can we now go to, I don't know whether we should finish all the videos and then start listening to people in the house or, okay, Mr. Grujic from Serbia. Serbia is okay.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Yes.
90 seconds.
Dear colleagues, my political career started by being arrested. It was 24 years ago, and I was young, I was reckless, I was stupid, but above all, I was lucky because the regime that I fought against fell after 2 days and we were all released. Since then, in my country, Serbia, we have no political prisoners, but I have been a member of parliament for now 20 years, out of which I was in opposition for 6. During these 6 years, unfortunately, I gained huge experience in being pressurized, me and my family, as a part of everyday political battle in the Balkans. I don't wish that to happen to anyone in the world during their political work. And therefore, I'm a candidate for this position to help anyone not to go through hardship that I and my family have experienced. It's simple. If we want to protect democracy, first we have to protect the parliamentarians. It is as simple as that. And I'm ready to do that job, and thank you for your trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will now hear from Mr. Ali Zafar. Is it a video also? Okay, Mr. Ali Zafar, video.
Giving me this opportunity to present myself and my contributions I intend to make if I become a member of the committee. My name is Ismail Nizar. I'm from the Republic of Maldives. After going through the rules and practices of the Committee on the Human Rights of the Parliamentarians, I am very confident that I have the skills, the qualities and the willingness needed to excel in the role. My educational background and expertise is from information and technology. Over the past years, I worked in various roles where I had to participate in the executive committees where decisions were made based on the conduct of employees. I believe my academic background and expertise in today's evolving technology will add value and contribute in CHRP's success really quickly. I'm a fast learner, I possess excellent problem-solving capabilities, and I can manage significant workload. In everything I'm engaged in, I consistently strive to exceed expectations and go above and beyond. I've seen a video on how the committee works. I understand IPU's Human Rights Committee never ends a case before settlement. By nature, I am a person who don't give up on things quickly. I believe my presence in the committee and my input will result in substantial changes. I spent a couple of hours going through the IPU website. I went through the cases, the success stories. I must say I'm very eager to be a member of the CHRP. Therefore, I request your recommendations and your vote to elect me as a member of IPU's Committee on the Human Rights of the Parliamentarians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was Mr. Nizar from Maldives. Now we will listen from Mr. Zafar from Pakistan.
Greetings to all. My name is Sayyid Ali Zafar. I entered the legal profession more than 40 years ago, inspired by Pakistan's founder Muhammad Ali Jinnah's landmark speech given on the birth of the country in 1947, when he said, "You are free. You are free to go to your temples. You are free to go to your mosques or to any other place of worship in the state of Pakistan. You may belong to any religion, caste or creed, and that has nothing to do with the business of the state." His words ignited in me a passion for justice and a conviction that the law could be a powerful tool for safeguarding human dignity and rights. Upon joining the profession, I quickly realized that there were gaps between the rights enshrined in Pakistan's constitution, such as freedom of speech, religion, and equality before law, and their actual implementation. And as such, many individuals continued to face systematic violations and injustice, particularly those from poor backgrounds and marginalized communities. It was this realization which shaped my commitment to human rights. Instead of a passive observer, I decided to become an active advocate for change, and hence I have dedicated a substantial portion of my legal practice to giving a voice to those whose rights have been denied. In private practice, I have represented hundreds of clients in cases relating to civil.
Thank you very much. He had exceeded his 90 seconds, so we had to cut the video short. Now we go to Osren is in the room, or Mongolia? Yes. Ah, okay. So now we will listen to Ms. Osren from Mongolia.
Okay. Esteemed parliamentarians, dear colleagues, my name is Namin Chimek Otsureng, and I'm a member of the State Great Ural, the Parliament of Mongolia. I'm honored to present my candidature for the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians at IPU. As you might be aware, Mongolia is dubbed as the oasis of democracy in the region. My country is committed to preserving and promoting the principles of justice, human rights, and rule of law, as these are the foundational values of any thriving democracy. I believe parliamentarians play a vital role in representing the voices of their citizens, and when their rights are violated or threatened, democracy itself is at risk. I'm a lawyer by training, and my past experience includes a practice of law at both domestic and international level, including the works at the ICC Court of Arbitration as court member. I have strong understanding of international law and human rights, and I understand how parliamentary systems work. If elected, I will fully commit myself to ensure that this committee remains a strong guardian of the rights of the parliamentarians, advocating for their rights and protection. I humbly ask for your support in this endeavor. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we now have Ms. Narvaez from Paraguay video.
Muy buenos días, soy Jazmín Narváez, abogada
Egresada del cuadro de honor de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción, diputada reelecta de la República del Paraguay, integrante de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos, de la Comisión de Presupuesto y de Equidad de Género en mi país. Desde estas comisiones he presentado proyectos que han impulsado el fortalecimiento del sistema penitenciario con la construcción de 2 nuevas penitenciarías con condiciones más humanitarias. Hemos abordado el problema de la falta de participación de la mujer y la juventud y como respuesta hemos presentado el proyecto para desbloquear las listas sábanas, lo que ha permitido ingreso a mayor cantidad de jóvenes y mujeres. Desde mi vocación de abogada he ayudado de manera voluntaria a jóvenes, mujeres y hombres que vieron vulnerados sus derechos civiles y políticos. Además, hemos impulsado la desprecarización y mejoramiento en el acceso al trabajo en igualdad de condiciones. Espero que puedan tener en cuenta esta candidatura que va a ser de un enorme honor para mí el hecho de llevarla adelante. Pido disculpas por encontrarme en el aeropuerto y espero tengan en consideración esta enorme oportunidad que para mí será un enorme orgullo.
Colleagues, we now would watch a video from Mr. Mayoraz from Argentina.
Today, more than ever, the world cries out for true justice and peace, and neither of these can be possible without parliaments committed to a genuine representation of the people that elected them and to the unwavering defense of human rights. And human rights have their root and principle in the non-negotiable dignity of the human person. It is with this conviction that we have formed the Global Center for Human Rights, whose mission is the human being. Since 2021, our commitment has always been to promote integral human development, strongly defense of life, integrity of every human being regardless of their status and condition, and freedom, especially freedom of speech, and foster policies that guarantee equal opportunities for all. From my position as co-founder of the Global Center for Human Rights to my current role as a deputy of the Argentine Republic, the defense of human rights has been a constant, working in the face of current global challenges and with the hope of influencing the development of proposals that truly improves people's lives.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think we have listened to all the candidates. Okay, so we have 4 of the candidates are women and 5 are men. 5 candidates are from Asia, with 2 of them from Maldives. 2 candidates are from the parliaments belonging to GRULAC. 1 candidate is from a parliament in Africa, and 1 is from a parliament belonging to the 12+. So now now that we have had all the candidates, we will now move to our election process. You know, I had assumed you're not there because it's... sorry. So I will give now the floor to the Secretary General to briefly explain to us how the voting process will take place. SG, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The voting in Governing Council is governed by Rule 34.1 of the Council rules. And according to that rule, a vote may only take place if at least half of the members of the Council or their duly appointed substitutes participating in the session are present. Moreover, as stated in Rule 34.2, I announce that the number of delegations registered to participate in this assembly and therefore in the Governing Council session is 168, Thereby, the quorum of 85 is reached. We have ascertained that there are these 85 members in the room here. So I remind honorable delegates that according to Rule 1.2 of the Inter-Parliamentary Council, or rather the Governing Council, each member of the IPU shall be represented on the Governing Council by 3 parliamentarians, provided its representation includes both men and women. Single general delegations will be limited to 1 member. However, only delegates who are present in person can vote. Therefore, if only 1 member of parliament is present in the room per delegation, only 1 vote may be cast by that delegation. So you have 3 vacancies to fill, Madam President. You may now proceed to the vote. And I do understand colleagues are in the room to ascertain that those who will be voting are entitled to vote, that delegations are gender balanced, and there are enough delegates per delegation to vote. So my colleagues will be doing this since the vote will take place by show of hands.
First, before we go to that, Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It's just a technicality, a failure in translation. There was an effort by the Argentinian delegate to put herself for consideration before us. All of those who speak English were unable to hear any translation of her bid for that position, and I wonder if that might be rectified. Thank you.
Australia, we take note of the concern raised, of which we agree as a matter of principle, but we have had challenges because those videos were sent to us quite late, so we weren't able to make arrangements for the translation. And when we tried right now, it didn't work out. So we are unable to, but as for all the candidates, their CVs and information have been shared with all of you members, and we want to believe that much as you have seen some here, you may not even remember them, but by looking at the CV, you may be able to make also a determination. So we apologize for that, but on the other hand, the information came to us a little late. The videos were sent late, so we couldn't make arrangements to translate. So we apologize, and we have taken note of your concern, Australia. Thank you for your understanding. Colleagues, we have, I'm going to request the delegates to sit so that I know those who are standing are the people who are going to assist us in this exercise. It's going to be very helpful. Okay, colleagues, we will try to simplify this as much as we can. And the proposal is that we are going to vote by a show of hands. The assistants are standing there just to count all of you when you do that. So we will vote in respect of all the 9 candidates. So we will begin with the first one. Those who think the first one should go through. Where's my list? Sorry. We will begin with the first one, so we will go by show of hands. Those who would like to vote for Mr. Nassim from the Maldives, please your hands up and they will be counted.
I think they need one or two minutes and they'll give others.
Yeah. Sweden? Sweden, are you want to address me or you want? Okay, thank you. I'm going to give you the floor. Sweden?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question of order. As it's vote on person, on candidates and individuals, shouldn't it be a closed voting procedure? I think that's the best way to do voting when it's on person, not to have an open voting. I do kindly request a closed voting. Thank you very much, Madam.
Colleagues, I have Argentina. Did you request for the floor? No. Okay.
If you can just bear with us right now, because we're going through a process. Yeah.
Not in terms of show of hands, because it's about a person. You don't want the person to look at you as a neighbor and say you didn't give me the vote. Colleagues, sorry, we are going to try and make this as short as possible. We were trying to consult here, and I think the concern that has been raised by Sweden is right, because it's not fair for the voter to do this and then there is a candidate just beside them when they don't, we are in politics, so it has to work in that way. So the proposal is, if you agree, we give you, each one of you who has the ability to vote in terms of our rules, you get a paper. Out of the 9 candidates, you choose 3. Is that acceptable? Okay.
So we will do this after the lunch break, because we need to get organized with the papers.
No, on the paper. So, colleagues, those who don't have, colleagues, those who, the assistants, please stay where you are. All assistants, stay where you are, and the roles that you have been given. Those who do not have papers, just stay seated. The paper will be brought to you, like to the 3 of you. Those who have the papers, you can use any, and then they will be collected by our colleagues. Okay. Yeah. You can use any paper, they will be collecting, and then you leave the room. Okay? Those who have the papers. Those who don't, wait until the paper is brought to you. While this is being done, all the candidates or the countries where the candidates come from, if they would like to, I think it's only fair for them to nominate anybody they would want to oversee their votes. So let me have them in front here, and then we will. Please, Can you go back to receive the papers? Anda is coming to distribute the paper. Where is she?
I'm over here.
Oh, where is the notebook? Please take it there. Give it to.
Do they have it on the screen? The names of the people.
Please project the names of the people on the screen. Can you also help? Like
UK wants to speak. They've been raising their hand. UK.
Okay. Can you get the papers from her? Sorry? Yeah, the paper is coming.
Go upstairs. That's in room 10.
UK, I'm coming to you. Is that UK, UAE? UK, I was informed, then UAE. I'm going to give you the floor just a second. Okay.
Yeah, and that's roll call.
Colleagues, I request that we listen to each other. We have a small hiccup. Colleagues, can we listen to each other, please? Colleagues? Can we listen to each other, please? Now, before I go to the UK and the UAE, attention has been brought to me, dear colleagues, that actually Rule 29 is talking about the Governing Council shall normally vote by show of hands or by standing vote. However, if the President deems it necessary or a member of the Governing Council so requests, a roll call vote may be given. Now, in order to clarify what Sweden had requested, in accordance to the rules that we have here, we have to abide by our rules because we haven't changed them. So our rules talk about show of hands. Yeah, our rules talk about show of hands. So we have to abide by our rules. If there's any need to change, we can always discuss that at a later point. But for now, we have to abide by our rules. And so we, colleagues, I am sorry. Please be seated, bear with us. Please bear with us. These are our rules and we have to follow them. If there are any suggestions to change, we can do that at a later point, but not now. United Kingdom, then I'll go to UAE and then I'll get back to you, colleagues.
I see Nigeria.
United Kingdom. Oh, sorry. United Kingdom.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President. I just want to clarify what procedure we're operating under. Are we operating under a secret ballot by paper, or are we operating by a show of hands? If we're operating by a secret ballot by paper, then how is it secret if the tellers will write the name of the delegations to understand whether they have 1, 2, or 3 votes? So I think that Sweden mean very well, but the effect won't have the effect they wish. This will not be secret whatever we do. So you just suggested we have a show of hands. So I think that would probably be the quickest and simplest way and in accordance with the rules.
So, however good the intention of Sweden were, our rules are very clear and we have to abide by them, unfortunately. It's only the vote of the President that is by secret ballot, then the appointment of the Secretary General and the election of members of the Executive Committee. The rest, it's show of hands or roll call, which is equally open. UAE, Nigeria, India, and then, if you will allow me, members, India will be the last to address us on this point. UAE, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We just wanted to second, we were actually going to say the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nigeria and then India. The floor, Nigeria. Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Granted, but not conceding that this is our rule and there are no circumstances where we can waive our rule. I believe, like what happens in our various parliaments, though the House rule is there, if there are reasons to waive the rule in an exceptional cases, I don't think it will be a bad call to do that. If we all agree that show of hand is going to be complicated and we want to go by what you just previously suggested, all we have to do is to suspend our rule for the purposes of these, only once, and later on go back to our rule. But if we say show of hand, stricto sensu, we must obey, then we'll go back to our rule. But I don't see any reason why a parliament cannot suspend their rule in an exceptional situation to be able to carry out the same objective that they seek to obtain. Thank you.
Yeah, but because there is we have I said a small hiccup because one of the delegations that has a candidate has already come forward, so they are likely to contest the results that we are likely to have. So we wouldn't want to get into that route at the moment. India, you will be the last to address us on this matter.
Honorable Chairperson, clause number 29 of IPU clearly states that whenever it is a scenario like this, it's always a show of hands. And if the Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable President, or there is a specific motion by a member country, then it would be a roll call. As you rightly mentioned, that a roll call cannot be construed to be a secret ballot under any provision. And when secret ballot has already been provisioned for in clause 30 of the rules of the IPU. Therefore, India supports your contention that clause 29 of the IPU clearly provides only for show of hands. And therefore, we would like to show of hands. Secondly, on the issue of suspension of rules, there are specific procedures that are there in the IPU rules.
Excuse me, India, on the issue of suspension of rules, it was raised to me. You don't need to address it. Okay. And I have already explained about it.
Can we reflect on it, or we shouldn't?
No, because now I'll be opening the discussion about that matter.
So,
I've already ruled
Honorable
about
President, we support your stand. Clause 29 clearly stands for show of hands. We go with it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Colleagues, I am sorry, it won't take us ages. Peru, I've seen you, but I'm sorry, I had said India would be the last to address us on this matter. I am sorry. I am sorry. Sorry, Mexico, sorry. Can you lower your voice a little bit? Now, we will go back to our rules so that we don't bring complaints later. The tellers are everywhere. Please, let's raise our hands, or we do it later. Okay, explain for like 30 seconds, and then we do the job and go for lunch.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And as per your suggestion, and in keeping with the IPU statutes and rules, we would proceed with a vote by a show of hands, as we have done on past occasions. The only difference now is that we have more candidates than usual. We have our colleagues in the room, our colleagues from the Secretariat, who have divided the room into sections. And the proposal would be to call each candidate one by one in the order in which the candidatures were received, and our colleagues will note the number of hands that are raised. When raising your hands, last point, please show your badge. Only MPs can vote, and if you want more than one vote, then it needs to be a man and a woman, yes, on the delegation. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, all right, so colleagues, we will do this exercise very, very quickly. Candidate number one, Mr. Nassim. Those who would like to vote for them, show of hands, please. No, you don't show your country, you show your badge. The tellers are counting, just hold on. Done?
Are we done?
We are done?
All good.
Okay, thank you. Second candidate, Nizar from Maldives. Those who would like to vote for Nizar from Maldives. Tell us. Done. Done? Done. Now we go to Ms. Odonga, Member of Parliament from Uganda. Ms. Odonga, hence those who would like to vote for her.
Okay, we can move.
We are done? Good. Okay. So now we go to Ms. Brosas from the Philippines. Brosas from the Philippines.
I saw the. But they wanted the shortcut.
Colleagues, we are done? We go to Mr. Grujic from Serbia. Grujic from Serbia. He's looking at no, there's somebody there. Yeah. Done? Okay, now we go to Mr. Ali Zafar from Pakistan. Saudi Arabia. It's counting Saudi Arabia. Is Saudi Arabia already counted? They still have their hands up. This leg. Are we done? We are done? Okay, now we go to Ms. Osuren from Mongolia. Osuren from Mongolia. Colleagues, we are done? Good. Now we go to Ms. Narvaez from Paraguay. I see Poland, Spain, Armenia, Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Colleagues, we done? Who is this lady? Tasnin, are you done with Saudi Arabia? We now go to Mr. Mayoraz from Argentina, sorry. From Argentina.
Him leaving the room now.
Dr.
Ali.
Dr. Ali, when is your flight? Colleagues, now that the voting... Sorry? What? But then can we take two reports?
I think we can.
Okay, colleagues, when we are waiting for the results, we can as well take one or two reports instead of just sitting and waiting for the results. When they are still compiling, let's hear the report that we had skipped under item 17. The chair of this task force has requested to present now, so we'll give him the floor. The IPU task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. So, Mr. Chair, you have the floor. Speaker Kachavivi, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our team, the task force on the peaceful solution of the war in Ukraine, I provide a brief report on our work. Since the inception in March 2022, the IPU task force on peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine has aimed to promote political dialogue in support of peaceful building initiatives and explore possible avenues for collaboration to elevate the humanitarian consequences of the conflict. The IPU task force continues to express significant concern regarding ongoing war, which has led to the destruction of critical infrastructure and many casualties on both sides. In the interim, the task force has decided to focus specific humanitarian issues that may ultimately foster dialogue, enhance understanding, and possibly yield positive outcomes. These issues are: 1, nuclear safety; 2, food security; 3, access to, treatment and exchange of prisoners of war; 4, safety of ecologically vulnerable sites; and 5, the situation of conflict-displaced children. As we all know, in a war situation, there are always victims of the war, and particularly children and women. In March 2024, the IPU task force noted that plans were being made for a peace summit on Ukraine to be held in Switzerland in June 2024, including the IPU would consider its potential involvement in this process. To this end, the Swiss authorities were conducted. The summit was described as the first step towards establishing a diplomatic framework involving countries that had good relations with both parties. While it would only be held at the inter-parliamentary level at this stage, there was a shared interest in exploring avenues for future collaboration in view of a more inclusive second phase. During the Task Force March 2024 meeting, the parties also agreed to deepen cooperation with IPU on the issues of Ukrainian children in the Russian Federation or in conflict zones who are no longer with their parents or legal guardians. The task force was encouraged by both sides' readiness to work on case-by-case basis to assist and support measures that would facilitate family unification. Following this commitment, the IPU held a meeting with Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights and received a limited number of cases of children who have been relocated from Ukraine to the Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, the task force held its 13th meeting on the 15th October 2024 during the 149th IPU Assembly and began discussions on the above-mentioned cases with both delegations, as well as with representatives of the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights. The task force is encouraged by the fact that the parliamentarians from both countries have underscored that any children who have been separated from their parents, siblings, legal guardians, and or in close relatives should be reunited with them, as well as their readiness to assist the task force in this important process. In the light of the fact that a proposed direct meeting between the Ukrainian and Russian ombudspersons institution did not come to fruition during the 949th Assembly, the task force extended an invitation to both delegations to facilitate such a meeting in the near future, possibly during the 150th IPU Assembly in Tashkent in Uzbekistan, that is due to take place in the coming year. The task force expressed deep concern over the escalating nuclear risk associated with ongoing war and reiterated that parliamentarians had a particular responsibility in tuning down the narratives and discourses with regard to such a matter. The task force welcomed reassurances that the use of nuclear weapons is a red line that should never be crossed, and that nuclear energy facilities needed to be protected. This is indeed a source of encouragement to the task force, and obviously to the rest of those men and women who hold the view that peace on such a scale should be avoided by all means. Ladies and gentlemen, the task force remains committed to using parliamentary diplomacy to navigate the severe humanitarian impacts of the war and help bring about a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. That is what we have managed to achieve so far, but the challenges remain for anyone who is observant of the case of the war in Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for our committee, and we really appreciate the efforts. Dear colleagues, in the framework of a briefing on the IPU's initiatives in the area of parliamentary diplomacy, the Executive Committee received an update on the work of the IPU task force, of which, on your behalf, we congratulated them for the work they are doing, but we also encouraged them to keep working hard to make sure the challenges that have always been reported by our colleague members of parliament from Ukraine have always reported to us. And in that context, because we have already had the report, I will not talk much about that, but shortly is that they are working very hard in the area of children caught up in the conflict. At the same time, they have been engaging the authorities in Ukraine, but also on the side of Russia that are responsible for this issue, like the ombudsperson in Ukraine and the High Commissioner in Russia that is responsible for human rights. They have been trying to work hard in this area. At the same time, earlier this year, there was a meeting here in Switzerland, and the Executive Committee was informed that this was an intergovernmental initiative which did not involve other stakeholders. So IPU was not able to participate, but the Executive Committee was informed that the IPU inclusion would be considered for the second round of negotiations. I wish to take this opportunity to share with you the updates received by the ExCom under this item, and we received an update also on the Committee on the Middle East Questions, which you will hear this afternoon, and they are also planning to have a visit to Israel and Palestine. So the Executive Committee encouraged the members of this committee to keep listening to the members from these conflict areas, to listen to them. So like in this case, the Executive Committee asked the Committee on the Middle East Questions to meet the heads of delegations from the concerned parties. That said, we have also been asked, and I haven't seen any request for the floor, but we have been asked also by our colleague, the chair of our gender partnership group, who will have to leave this afternoon, that we listen to his report as well as we wait for the results to come through. Dr. Ali Nouaimi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President. Your Excellency, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests. It is my honor to address you today on the outcome of a critical meeting held during the 149th IPU Assembly in Geneva. This session, which was part of the 50th sitting of Gender Partnership Group, focused on advancing gender equality with parliamentary delegation and addressing the ongoing challenges that embedded women full representation in parliaments worldwide. Allow me to briefly highlight the key points of our discussion during our two sittings held on October 12th and October 16th. First, we reviewed the participation of women parliamentarians in the IPU, particularly analyzing the gender composition of delegation presented at the 149th Assembly. As we know, despite progress, much remains to be done to achieve a true balance in gender representation. The group discussed strategies to improve gender balance in future delegation, and I am pleased to inform you that we have made significant strides. Updates on proposed amendment to the IPU statutes and rules that promote gender balance participation were also shared, reaffirming our collective commitment to this goal. Second, we were briefed we were briefed on the implementation of the anti-harassment policy of the IPU assemblies and other events. This policy, as you know, is a cornerstone in creating a safe and inclusive environment for all delegations. And I am proud to report that its implementation is progressing well. However, continuous vigilance is necessary to ensure that all members, regardless of gender, can participate without fear of harassment. Third, we turned our attention to a matter of critical concern: parliaments with low female representation. The group examined the globe trends, focusing on parliaments where the participation of women is alarming, low or non-existent. In particular, we discussed the situation in Bhutan and Oman. In Bhutan, lower chamber women account for just 4.3% of members, while in Oman, the figure is at 0. Even though the situation in the upper chambers is somewhat more encouraging, with 12% in Bhutan and 29.9% in Oman. These numbers underscore the urgent need for intervention. Dialogues are being planned with these delegations to explore concrete measures to increase women participation. In addition to the statistics I have just mentioned, I have some promising news. At the Assembly, we have recorded low of all male delegation and a record of high of gender balanced delegation. Among the delegation of at least 2 members, only 7 are all male and 2 all female. This is the lowest number ever we look at in the past 10 assemblies. The other good piece of news is that 38% of delegation are gender balanced, meaning that they include at least 40% women or 40% men. This is much better than last time when we had 30% of delegation within the 46 ratio. You will see in the screen the names of the 49 gender balanced delegation. I invite you to give them a round of applause. This is the way to go, and we hope that more delegation will follow suit. Ultimately, our objective is to get to 0 delegations that are not mixed and achieve a gender parity at the IPU. All of us must play our part. Let us continue to work hand in hand to make our vision of gender equality a reality, both in our individual parliament and in the international parliamentary community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Colleagues, I'm still waiting for the results, but in the context of what we have heard from our Gender Partnership Group, I don't see any hands, so I take it that we approve the report, colleagues? Thank you so much. It is so approved. So we are done with the results? Okay, thank you so much, colleagues, for your for endorsing the report that we have just heard from Dr. Ali, and a round of applause for the good work of our Gender Partnership Group. Now, I am sorry, we have the President of the Young Members of Parliament. You will be presenting later your report, and the same for the Vice President for the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. So now I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the results, and then we will adjourn our meeting. Okay, so we begin with Mr. Mayoraz from Argentina has 31 votes. Mr. Ali Zafar from Pakistan has 31 votes. Mr. Nizar from Maldives, 16 votes. And then Mr. Narvaez from Paraguay, 41 votes. Mr. Nassim from Maldives, 43 votes. Then we have Ms. Brosas from Philippines, 51 votes. And then we have Akora Odonga from Uganda, 65 votes. Then we have Ms. Osuren from Mongolia, 67 votes. And then we have Mr. Grujic from Serbia, 96 votes. So since we needed three winners, and we have them, so I will announce them in the order of the first, second, and third. The first is Mr. Grujic from Serbia. The second one is Ms. Osuren from Mongolia. And the third one is Ms. Odonga from Uganda. So thank you so much. So congratulations to all of you for winning the trust of the Governing Council to be members of this very important committee that we hold very dear to our work at IPU. At the same time, we wish you all the best. And thank you so much, members, also for your patience. Just two announcements. The first announcement is there is an event that is taking place, which is called a Piece of Grain. It's an event organized by Turkey. The presentation is taking place at Salle Lausanne CCV. It's on the other side. Yes. It's on the annex building. Please go there and see what our colleagues have prepared, but also the time that we will come back. Colleagues, we will resume our meeting 13 minutes to 3 this afternoon. 13 minutes to 3 this afternoon. So we will have 1 hour break from now. Thank you so much. See you then. Thank you.